Oh, hello. What a nice way to start the show. Go on, son, wind your engines up. Negative. EK1 on the glide slope. 500. 300. Approaching minimums. Here we go. Straight down the pipe. One of 118 operational A380s with Emirates Airlines. Incredible. Oh my God, that's back to normal, isn't it? That's a heavy jet, wow! Full reverser for absolutely ages. That's the good old school 380. Now, hold on. Yeah, he's clear, he's clear. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. What a start, man, what a start. 787 Rio de Janeiro. Wow, that was insane, man. Whether they were Rolls-Royce or GPWs, I have no idea, but you'll have to let me know, folks. Welcome to Sunday. Ever since I heard from Screaming Emu on the chat last week about the oh, nice bank shot. About the speed brakes / spoilers, the overwing speed brakes and spoilers. Outboard spoilers, I believe, are the ones that sort of like I mean, does it spread that braking, that push of the wing? I'm guessing it does, doesn't it? Right the way across the wing to maximise the braking effect onto the wheels themselves. As you can see there, the speed brakes over the wings there. Actually have two operations. I think those outboard ones, though, are more towards wing speed braking, whereas the inboard ones are the ones that really pile the pressure onto the mains. Big chunky undercarriage on the Dreamliner, isn't it? You can't not see it. Same undercarriage, more or less, as the 767 in a way, isn't it? Big chunky thing. Yeah, sit on those mains, man. Idle reverse, as per normal with BA. Interesting, just before we went live, folks, that 767 there, check the reg out and you'll see possibly a little wiggle around London Heathrow for that jet was being towed past our position here, followed by a couple of fire units and an emergency vehicle. So not sure if that was a technical issue that they experienced on I think it was, because it looks like the passengers are coming off onto the bus. Kind of really makes sense, doesn't it? Big shout out to Alec, by the way, who I went and had a chat with before we went live, just out of respect. You've got to have a bit of etiquette when it comes to doing this kind of thing. Obviously, we put out a post last night. We obviously are unable to check everybody's schedule, what they're doing every day, because otherwise we'd just be online, because there's so many folks out there now. Alec mainly up in Manchester, and lovely fella, fully understood that we were all prepped to go live, so thank you, sir, good to see you. Very nice fella, by the way. So I did see on, oh hello, okay, wait a second, zoom out a little bit further. Right folks, we are also, bear in mind, as you know, we're going to Los Angeles. The plan is to go to Los Angeles next week. However, and there's always a bleeding however, isn't there? There is forecasted conditions here next week. At this point in time, it's not a storm, is it, GP? No, it hasn't got a categorised storm name or anything like that with it, but there are just forecasted very high winds next weekend, which is bleeding typical, because that's when we're planning to be in Los Angeles. We can swap it out if we'll obviously monitor that right the way through the week, up to the point when we're due to go out, which will probably be about Wednesday, early Thursday, and then we'll make a decision then whether we're going to hold off with Los Angeles and stick around for the high wind, a wind show here at London Heathrow, or whether we're going to head off to LA and risk it for a biscuit. Alan Robbins, Rolls-Royce Trent 972s on the Emirates. Thank you. That's the kind of stuff I like to get. Alan Robbins, thank you, sir. A shout out also to the lovely fella who I met at the Shell station in Staines. I think it was yesterday. Sorry I didn't have any stickers on me. I'll see you next time, mate. He's local, so I'll put a fresh batch, replenished the van stock of stickers. Talking of Neos, I want to tell you a story. I'm just going to tell you quickly. Sue Freeman, Andy P, Stephen Ford, tuning in from Eastleigh in Northamptonshire. Jerry, don't even try to. G'day to you, VJ Verdi. High winds with a chance of snow in London next week. Yeah, northwesterlies at their maximum point, we're hearing. Kathy Williams, Mark Jenking. I miss your midweek shows live as working full time, but that's okay. I still enjoy my weekend fix. Mark Jenkin. There we go. Good day to you, Mark. Isn't it that fella GP who used to put the timestamps into it? Yeah. Does he still do it? Okay. That's not that jet starting up, that's actually the Thai Airways 777 starting up. Mark Arnold, Akash, Melanie, Charlie Redpath, Joanna B, TCC Forbes. Morning everybody. They tow a plane around the airport not just for pushing out to move it from one area to another. Do they need someone in the cockpit? Sorry if it's a stupid question. Toyota Tim, that's a fantastic question and one that is often asked. The answer to that is no. Normally they can tow the aircraft without anybody on the cockpit because it locks out the steering mechanism or the tiller up in the cockpit or the pedals or anything like that. It overrides that and you steer it with the. But you do from time to time. Some airlines may want somebody official on board the aircraft, but in general they can tow it without anybody. Good question though, like that kind of question. Keep those questions coming, folks. So the question is, with Virgin Atlantic, when are they going to get their jet painted up? Are they going to get one of their existing current stock? I'd imagine either a Dream. What would you think it would be? What do you think it would be? Another star, 2-star Alliance jets. Look at that. Start it up, son. Running on 3 cylinders, mate. Star Alliance, Sophie. I want to see that number. I want to see that number 2 start up. That's insane. Air Canada Star Alliance jet from Montreal. Come on, son, start it up. Hurry up. I might have to cut back to it, folks, because I do like a 3:30 touchdown. Sorry. Oh, how smooth. Nice. Trent 7s. We all love a Trent 7, all the Rolls-Royce fans amongst us. Copper GP. Oh, okay. I heard that. Yeah, Toyota Tim, great question. Love that. Oh, he waited for us. Now that is, I believe that is a collection of unburnt oil at the base of the combustor, something like that. I think that's or unspent fuel oil mixture, maybe. I don't know. 2-stroke. Old LC 250. Charlie Redpath. Snow and wind show would be fab. Douglas Butcher. Is the next Dubai show in the plan soon, Douglas Butcher? Nothing yet. Don't worry, we will keep you posted. Blimey, sorry. That was just quite a lot of smoke coming from his number one there. He's still trailing there. It's just had a great... Sorry, man. Had a lovely... Oh, missed that. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff going on. Yeah, we believe that the next Dubai show will possibly involve the maintenance section. Yeah, nice elevator check. Yeah, he's giving us a wave, look. Speed brake check, spoilers, speed brake and flaperons. Rudder? Has he done the rudder? Did I not see the rudder? No, he's moving, so he's done the rudder. May do another one. Sometimes they do some pilots, just to make double sure that they've got speed brakes, because obviously during a rejected takeoff, especially if they're at high speed, those spoilers over the wing need to be working at their maximum to obviously put the wheels as hard down on the floor as they can for maximum braking. Dirty looking 8-8. Philip Jones, the BA380 to Dallas is now over Wales, only 19,000 feet. That's quite low, isn't it, over Wales? Max Lemp, how many American jets? Yes, indeed. Well, good point, that. Because that is obviously the terminals that they use, number one. But also bear in mind, yeah, in one shot he's saying, but what is interesting, hello, skyrocket. Look on your flight radar 24 now, folks. Look at the, the climb rate on that aircraft. Got to be close to around about 3,000 feet, 2,800 maybe, something like that. Somebody mentioning there, Lemp, wasn't it? Of course, United have taken ownership or leased the ex-BA maintenance shed over there. So when that is going to happen, we're not sure yet. This is the E2 Profit Hunter. Look at the big engines on. Or is it one of those little lizards that you used to find in the cracks of the wall next to the pond on the high street? What's that, your childhood, Jerry? What are they? The little lizards. God, it's busy down there, isn't it? Melanie, my lawnmower looks like that. Sustainable diesel aviation fuel, Nick Gray, sustainable. Matt Taylor been sitting all night, yeah, absolutely. Scott Cowell, Virgin should paint up one of their 350s. Yes, I think so. These were obviously done quite some time ago, these 330s. That may have even been in the Star Alliance livery since it was delivered. Can anyone confirm that? That's a good one for you to look up right now. Look up the history of that jet right there and see whether she's been in that Star Alliance livery since the day she was born. There's a wing. There's a wing. Red kite, folks. Nice, she's beautiful. There's the wing. See that wing profile? It's quite Airbusy, isn't it? It's quite Airbusy. Look at that. See? Got a new member. I'll come to you in a second. Jilly, can you? Oh, is it? Okay, returning member. BA 350, 1000. All of BA's 350s are the 1000 variant, same as Virgin Atlantic. Still a big battle going on between these two. Sick on these big ones. Isn't that nice? Oh, what a lovely fella. Oh. Is that an email? Is that an email? Oh, wow. And that's from who, Jilly? I should read that out, really, shouldn't I? Just received an email from Daz Landals. Thank you, Daz. Worthy of being read out on the show to... silence any critics or yeah, nice. So yeah, lots of United jets parked up. Those are on remote stand, those ones. We've got a couple over there, one in the old livery, a Dreamliner. And there's a little bit of aircraft recognition for you folks. You can see the tail of the you can see the tail of the 787 and the 777 right there in your shot. 777 closest to us, 787 furthest away. Oh wow! It's an ex-Singapore jet, that 330. Singapore Airlines, ex-Singapore Airlines jet. Wow! And has been in the Star Alliance livery since it started with Air Canada. Who was that who came back with that one, GP? Whose computer games? Prince Computer Games. Thank you for that feedback. Nice set of rollers. Great to have Rolls-Royce engineer. There's your name right there. Says what it does on the tin. Basically, Rolls-Royce engineer confirming that it was not a build-up, but a unspent fuel and oil mixture, which obviously in the bottom of the combustor, when they kick the starters on, after they've got enough compressed air to turn that front fan blade system, which then turns the back end. It's a bit of a funny, odd sort of way around the way the engine starts, but yeah, once they literally turn the ignition on, so to speak, or fire switch, then that's when the combustor fires up. The injectors, all that sort of like comes to life, which is what you hear when you hear the and all that. Sorry about that. Just ruins. Let's see it is. XY is a returning member. Welcome back, XY. So United 777 pushing back for departure. Andy Parnell, morning Jerry, are there any benefits between clamshell reversers and sliding reversers? Well, that's a good question. Both are Coldstream systems, but they just operate in a different way. I think that the clamshell reversers are operated. Rolls-Royce engineer needs to answer this one, obviously, or anybody else who knows. But the Coldstream system, the door sliders. The sliding type seems to be more on the larger engine, whereas those clamshell styles seem to be on the skinnier type. But I say skinnier, it's not that much skinnier. But I don't know if it is an old school system of reversers that was just developed by Safran, I think it is, as an alternative system. And I think they are also Coldstream, although I did hear from somebody a while back about apparently that they were used the hot part of the engine, which is from the compression end of the engine. It blew the hot air forward as opposed to cold air from the fan blade using the bypass system. Mark Bullock passing through London Heathrow. Next Saturday morning, BA 380 from Ord. Nice startup, man. Second engine start. Maurice Ferguson, Lufthansa has placed, yes, I've seen this, a huge new order. Well, not a huge new order, but more Airbus orders for Lufthansa. 22 new aircraft, Airbus 350-900s and 1000s, Boeing 787-900s to replace their 747s, their 747-400, A340-3 and 6s and Airbus A330 fleet. So that means that we will continue to see Lufthansa's 747-400s, 300s, A340, 300s and 600s for at least the next 2 to 3 years, I would imagine, because that will be the time that it'll take for Airbus to manufacture these aircraft. They're working as hard as they can, but obviously there's huge delays at the moment with aircraft production down to the shortage of raw materials, global shortage of specialist materials, metals, carbon components, titanium, all that kind of stuff. So we will listen to those treads, listen to the hum. James Doink, big boy, 380 in 7. Thank you, sir. Les. Scott Amos tuning in from Okayama in Japan. Alan Robbins, thank you. Singapore and TAP. Okay, interesting. Prince Computer Games also confirming that. Thank you, sir. Autopilot, I like the sound. Growl of the transonic blade tips too. I'm perpetually 13 years old. Yes, the bigger and louder anything burning fuel. Yes, absolutely. Yes, when you hear that, we will hear it later, folks, at the switchover when they switch operations to departures on this runway. See a slide type on that IAE engine. Very old school engine, that IAE, but a very popular one when it was developed. Tony Duty, amazing how they can wheelie it, as he's saying, keep the front wheel up in the air whilst on the reverses. Yeah, it's just something that, you know, it's like driving your own car. You get to know its characteristics. It's like anything that you have, a bicycle, a motorcycle, anything that involves feel, you know, you get that feel when you're flying an aeroplane, eventually you're all over the bleeding place like I am at the beginning. But once you give it time, if you give it time, then it all comes together. And then it's all about the technical sort of like directional stuff and all Stephen Archer, Jerry, don't know if you heard about South African Airways. They will be flying the A350-9 to Heathrow sometime later this year. Okay, well that's great news, isn't it? Because I know they lost a couple of 350s, didn't they? They got snapped up by another operator who frequents London Heathrow with Air Mauritius. Yes, indeed. Adam Norton, Lufthansa putting the 747 back on the Frankfurt to Palma route this summer. Wow. Frankfurt to Palma. Oh, mate, I know someone who's going to take that up. I would love to take that up. How long is that flight? Sarah Deal has very kindly gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, this is a long landing, isn't it? All right, fellas. How's it going? Autopilot Airbus announced an update of the 359 and 1000s, a 2.0, if you will, under wider cabin, new electric harness, bulkhead changes in anywhere from 2 to 7 more tons of fuel, depending on the seating configuration. Here we go then, the big boy. Now that Emirates gave it large on the reversers. Let's see if this guy does. Big old heavy undercarriage. Should we go tight on the gear here? Watch all these tyres touch. Easy, son, easy. Here comes the flare, here comes the flare. There it is. Not too much. Oh yeah. Tippy toes on the outboards. Yeah, I think that was actually more aggressive but shorter than the Emirates jet. That was more. It seemed to be more power being pushed in through those engines then. The little route, the Joey, g'day. Philip Thorley has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. That's a very kind thing to do, Philip. Jack, g'day, Jack. He's not anywhere near Australia, but Jack, a very good day to you, Jacko. What's that? Say that again, GP? Get this 764 standby. Oh, it's the one we saw the other day with the big smudge on his nose, look. Also, going back to what somebody was saying about the wheeling action, you know, the front wheel up. Some pilots are not a fan of it. They like to get the front wheel down quick. But the other reason, one of the other reasons why you will see that is because to minimise the amount of structural stress on the front undercarriage. If you just let the front end drop like a stone, then obviously constantly doing that is going to put stress on the linkages and the connections and other components of the undercarriage system at the front. No brakes on the front wheels, so it's not imperative that they get them down because they're not actually braking the aircraft. The other thing is that some pilots like to use what's known as aero braking, where they'll just run the aircraft and use the whole wing surface itself as a braking mechanism to maintain a nice smooth drop. And then the elevators at the end, you'll see sometimes, well, most of the times, they will manipulate the elevators like very slightly up to keep the nose so that it drops nice and smoothly rather than smashing onto the runway. It wouldn't do, but you do sometimes from time. You can get porpoising, you know, if the aircraft is dropped too early, which is why they land them the way they do on the rear wheels first. See, he's doing it. She's doing it. Nice. Go on, the little Serbia. Nice bit of reversing there. Cathay Pacific 747-8, 2 hours 28 minutes out currently over Romania. Ian Snelling saying, thanks Ian. 2 hours 28. Well, that'll put us, that's pre-switchover, isn't it? Now I'll switch to the elevators on this one, folks. Watch as the pilot touches the front end down first. I might not get to them soon enough because they might be. You're not going to see it. So got a little bit of up elevate. There you go. There you go. You see, a little bit of manipulation to soften the front end coming down. I hope you saw that. Because I obviously missed the other part. Nice. Reedy, great question. How much do plane tyres cost and are old ones recycled? 99% of, and I only found this out about 6-8 months ago, 99% of aircraft tyres are remolds. Now, I've always been told to stay clear of remolds for cars, but obviously, you know, these guys have it down to a T in terms of retreading the tyre surface. So they're basically, it's a skin over the top which is fused to the rubber. It becomes one piece of rubber, much the same way as they manufacture carbon these days. Where they bake it in an oven, literally at 200 degrees. Or cure it, should I say. So there you go, and they cost quite a lot of money. They're not cheap. So most tyres that you see on an aircraft will be retreads. Just, I think that was a derated thruster. I don't think that there was any actual thruster power put through the doors, but they're just there. They're opened just in case they suddenly need them. Ice and air in the new livery. I like it, but please keep your 757s and your 767s in service for a little while longer. Obviously those Iceland Air jets, the MAX is coming on stream quite quickly. A350 in next. Hello mate, you going flying? What time? Oh, okay. Put it on here and let me know. Pilot going out. 50, 40, 30, 20. It's very long, isn't it? Nice, very smooth. Because of course the other thing you need to consider is they go from 0 to like 2,000 RPM or something like that, crazy, in a split second, literally. That'll always remind me of Shannon, that jet, because remember when we were at the terminal, Julie, she said, I'd never seen that jet before. The MEA jet. Yeah, sorry. Underwater search and recovery, blimey. Yeah, it was Heathrow, yeah. Oh, nice big Air Canada jet. Look at that. Big lad, isn't he, look. He's got a bit of a smile on his face, is he? Or is he sort of like, you know, apprehensive or it's not exactly a smile, is it? But when he turns away from us, it will become a smile. Watch. It's becoming more of a smile now. Now he's turning, Now he's at Trevor Sampson, HGC A380, awesome aircraft. Mank Red, nice landing. JC Mank 72, Artol pilot. Sarah Deal, I saw the new first class will be installed with the A350 also. Yeah. So the A350, the new first class, going to be installed on the. Thank you for that, Sarah. On the A350, which is why they brought the. I think it was it this A340 300s back into service, because they had a first class cabin on them. Gaynor Howard is a returning member. Welcome back, Gaynor. Dave Beeler, early 727s had nose wheel brakes, but most airlines removed them to save weight. Early 727s had nose wheel brakes, wow. Yeah, I mean, they look, it's crazy when you look at the front wheel compared, obviously, to the mains, where where there's all the lines going to the brakes, you know, all the hydraulics. Whereas the front brakes are very, very basic, as you can see. Absolutely no lines at all there, just an assembly. And of course on the backs, on the mains, an incredible assembly of brakes. Each wheel has anything from 4 to 6 discs braking per wheel set. So, you know, potentially there's 16 brakes on the low side of that, on that 767. 16 disc systems with massive, great big caliper systems, which are circular like the discs, not so much like you have a caliper on a car where it only applies the pressure from the pads on one portion of the disc. This is all around the disc, all around my disc, do 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 do, all around my disc. Sorry. So we have a 747 before the switchover, folks, and he's still waiting, isn't he? Still waiting. O'Malley, nice catch on the elevators. Thanks, O'Malley. Scott Whittam, g'day, Jerry. I imagine it would take some time to master the joystick in the Airbus if it wasn't on the dominant side for the pilot. Right-handed captain or left-handed first officer. Scott, to be honest with you, I'm right-handed. Okay, fair enough, I play golf left-handed, but that's because of me dad's old left-handed clubs, but that's another story. Left or right with a joystick, I do obviously prefer it on the right side, but I can operate it on the left side. Well, you wouldn't believe it to watch me flying, but to be honest with you, I feel comfortable with each. And when I flew at the, there was that really cool little simulator place near Greenwich, Emirates airline, I think it was, or next to the thing that goes over the river. There was this little thing where they had a 777, two 777, and two, or at least one A380 simulator in there. And I felt quite comfortable with either the centre yoke on the Dreamliner, on the Boeing, or the side stick. Long landing. Yes. Very interesting to hear that apparently, and this is from a very reliable source, folks, the 777X engine, the 9X, the GE 9X, although it's rated, I think it's got about a capability of 125,000 pounds of thrust or something crazy like that, but it is actually going to be rated below the G90 115, below, even below the 110, I think, or around about the 110,000 pound mark. Still very powerful, of course, but interesting that potentially they could have flown that aircraft with their current GE90 115B engine. Although it has a slightly, I think it's a much lesser outer diameter fan blade. I'm just waiting for that Qantas Roo to go out. The little Joey. What aircraft, what, Gilly? That's funny. Someone asking me, what aircraft are you qualified to fly? Probably one of those ones that you used to get in your cereal, the polystyrene one that clipped together. That's about as good as it goes for me. No, I know. I might sound like I can fly planes, but trust me, it's just what I've learned and what I've heard and talks with pilots and because I'm always very interested about the flying of the aircraft, but also the engineering of the aircraft. That's what I really enjoy. Lufthansa, old livery, keep them there. Be great if they had some. They won't do, obviously, but these are almost looking retro these days, aren't they? Pratt & Whitney's, I think. Such a big competitive arena, engine supply. What? That never happens. Why is my right ear really hurting? That's funny. Rainy Bushbound, good day to you. Doug J, just signing on from KLAS for my early morning class in aviation, Doug. Well, don't take flying lessons from me, mate, because it'll end in disaster. But, you know, hey, listen, let's be honest, you know, if the situation were to arise, my glasses were halfway down my head. If the situation were to arise, and they said, is there anybody on here who feels that they could fly a plane? I'd wait for somebody else to obviously own up, and if no one said anything, I would be like, you know what? If no one else is going to have a go, I'll have a go, and I'm pretty confident with the help of the ATC and obviously qualified pilots on the radio, I would be able to follow instructions, because they would be saying, right, what do you see on the panel at the moment? And I'd be telling them all the different readouts on the glass screens and all that. And then the pilot would obviously be saying, right, now down to your left, you'll see a little lever, or up on the top panel, you'll see a dial, which gives you your direction. It's your compass heading. You know, so what I want you to do is I want you to switch that to 120 and adjust your speed down to so and so and so and so. And then it's like, right, okay, right, we're going to bring you in on the glide slope. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Once I'm on the glide slope and everything's locked in and we're off, bloop, 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 and the autopilot's off, then I'm pretty confident that I would bring it down, albeit possibly with a bit of a thump, and slightly off centre. I'm pretty confident I'd be able to do it, based on my previous. And of course, I'd managed to get the gear down, because the guy would say, right, okay, in front of you, you'll see a little wheel, a little lever with a wheel on it. Yeah, I know what that is, mate. In fact, I could probably be saying to the instructing pilot, when do you want me to put the gear down? No, not yet. We're still 10 miles out. We don't need the gear down just yet, because we're going to lose speed. As soon as you select flaps, there's that little lever down on the left-hand side of you, or whichever seat I'm in, which is the flap selector. You'll see it down on the left-hand side of you, and you will be able to select your flaps as we are approaching the airport to slow the aircraft down, and also then we will be sort of like maybe adding a little bit of trim in, who knows, and so on and so forth. And it's all about power settings once the system comes off of autopilot. It's all about power settings, isn't it? Maintaining that speed. And sometimes you may have to increase your speed a little bit. Throttles, you know, will be manual at that stage. Just increasing the power a little bit to maintain the correct descent pattern. So I know what I'm talking about, don't I? David Crook missing some of the landings as he moves furniture. But Jerry's chat was keeping me well informed. No matter when I see the Dreamliner wing, it always amazes me. Yeah, Boeing's wings have a notorious big flex built into them anyway, don't they? a big separation between that last jet and the next one. Nice 767 pushing back over there. Did the DC-6 have a yoke or a stick? I think it was a yoke. I think it was a long time before. I think Airbus were the first to implement the side stick, I think. Although, of course, you know, Spitfires and Hurricanes and all the well, not actually, no, sorry, no, they had a center stick, didn't they, on the Spitfires and stuff like that. The side, it was at the side, the power setting, the throttles were at the side, just a single lever on that big old Merlin V12. Eagle Atlanta, have you thought about getting your pilot's license? Answer to that is no. It's just no. It's pointless. It's pointless because it's just pointless. Because I'm bleeding useless at maths, okay, and all the navigational stuff is like. I mean, have you seen some of the maps that they use, man? When you study them for a while. Yes, you can get used to it because it's waypoints that you're looking at. But the maps are, I mean, obviously all of that kind of stuff is now on your iPad, isn't it? Before you even get on the plane, you know, I mean, you do study maps. When they flew when Zane and his mates flew the last 747 out of London Heathrow, they showed us the map. In fact, they gave me that map, the navigational map, which showed all the different waypoints, and all of that stuff is now electronically stored as opposed to paper. Randy Bushbaum's talking about Condor striped livery. Yes, quite a few of them, isn't there? Back in my PPL days, I'd sit in the left-hand seat and hold the yoke with the left and the throttle with the right. It seemed natural. I'm right-handed. Throttle with the right. Yeah. I'm happy either way, to be perfectly honest with you. When I flew that Cirrus in Dubai, I felt quite comfortable. Also, bear in mind that the yoke, the controller itself was at an angle as well. It was like at a 45-degree angle. It was not vertical like the Airbus. I think the Airbus might be slightly tilted in at a slight angle, but maybe not vertical. I don't know. You'd have to tell me that. But you know, this thing was at an angle and sort of like controlling the aircraft took a little bit of time to sort of like get my head around it, especially turning the aircraft. But I got it in the end. I think you can adapt. You can generally adapt once you've got the basic knowledge of flying. I think regardless of what control system you use, I think it's something that you know is easily transferable from. When I say transfer, I'm talking about the yoke versus the side stick. Oh, Nick Gray, I have every confidence that you'd be able to land it with ATC help. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? So, well, if you were all sitting behind me, you'd have a running commentary as well. That would be funny. Puss in PJs, good day to you. Michael K, 8-year-old BA320 due in from Dublin next. Did I get that, Michael? Gaz Grill, yes, don't forget the gear down, indeed. Controller to Jerry, easy son, John Walton, yes, LA girl, good day to you. Stuart Watson, with today's autopilot, auto land capability, it seems like a pilot's plane could be controlled and landed remotely. Stuart Watson, yes, it could, but we're a long way off of that, and in fact it's recently been confirmed that the regulatory body that was looking into pilotless aircraft operation has now completely cancelled the whole thing, and that let there be no more talk about it. It is literally as simple as that. Sonny Schneider talking about Lufthansa plane that hit severe clear air turbulence, dropped 300 meters. That's a lot of height. That's like a roller coaster. Because, I mean, when you drop sort of like 20 meters on a roller coaster going downhill. So you imagine the speed that you're going. It would be, that is a perfect example why, folks, you must wear your seatbelt. Regardless of whether you're, if you're just sitting in your seat, always wear your seatbelt. And don't get up when the seatbelt signs on. So many people do, man. I'm just like, wow, really? And that is a prime example, because if you drop 300 meters, especially if it's sudden, you're going to float to the top of that plane and wallop your head on it. And potentially break your neck as well. If your cup of tea goes all over the gaff and your sandwiches and your food go everywhere, well, that's all fine. You can live with that. But you hitting that overhead bin, you're in trouble. Captain Sky Marshal, DC and MD have yoke, talking about the DC-10 and the McDonnell Douglas, which became the Boeing MD-11, didn't it? I mean, Boeing bought out the production line of the DC-10, expanded the line, became the MD-11. But yes, indeed, he's absolutely right. That aircraft did have and does have a centre yoke, as does, I believe, the Embraer. The E-Jet has a centre yoke. Steve Morrell, next 007. They could make a comedic James Bond, couldn't they? Actually, they should, shouldn't they? And that one thing. Nice. Yeah. Very smooth, man. So smooth. I mean, you're talking about a lot of tonnage coming down on that front end. I mean, obviously, all the main weight is at the back of the aircraft, but you still got quite a lot of weight coming. And it's all about control. It's all about finesse. You know, sometimes when you see somebody jumping a bicycle, for example, they might jump up in the air and then wallop, land on it. But if you've got a ramp to land on, you sort of like want to bring that front end in nice and smooth and sort of like ride it out. David Beeston, was that maths or maps? Both, David. Welsh guy, thank you for flying Jerry Airlines. You may now leave your seat and book your appointment with your doctor or your shrink. See, that was quite quick. Brought that one down. See, every pilot has his or her different style of landing, you know. And not only that, but bear in mind that aircraft that he or she may have had to put it down that far because of the the forward motion of the aircraft, there's a lot of weight that's being pushed forward. As soon as you're on the ground, that aircraft becomes a vehicle and not an airplane anymore. So it's not using its wings. You're relying on the brakes, the spoilers, and all that, and you steering it as well. You got to steer it as well, using the rudder until it reaches below around about 80 knots, by which time you can then the tiller mechanism, the steering mechanism will cut in, or 60 knots or something like that. Boho Jane going to be doing a 737 flight sim soon. Should be fun. I spent about 2 hours trying to get the handbrake off. So, flipping heck, that is just... The free one or whatever it was. Couldn't figure it out, mate. It worked on the free one, but it didn't work on the other one. Yeah, the chain. Yeah, it works on the chaining, but yeah. So Pafa Arunsawat, I think that is. Welcome to Superclass, Pafa. Lovely to see you. Going to be joining us next week in Los Angeles. Nice Swiss jet. It's a 320. Yeah! How about that? Angry little thing, man. That was angry, that little 320 Neo, man. Just goes to show how much power those things can pack out. What's that, GP? Hey, that guy in the sky is a new member. Welcome, that guy in the sky. This is their new jet, isn't it? The Austrian's very swanky looking. Blimey. Even though it's still the old livery, isn't it? It's not a new livery, but it just looks smart on the Neo. Big battle again with LEAP, L-E-A-P, which is a General Electric, the replacement for the CFM56 engine, and the General Electric, the Pratt & Whitney PW1000 series of engines, different variants available. What's that, GP? Just repeat, sorry. Oh, okay, folks. Why don't we keep an eye on this Cathay Pacific 740? Got any other big stuff, GP, before that? Or, I love the way she puts it down. Big smiley face on this 777. Whoa, son! Yeah. Trent 800. So many engine variants in the Trent family. From whence they started. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 1000. And of course now, the last of the batch, the XWB. Extra wide body, the exclusive engine for the A350. God bless you. That guy in the sky. Bruce McDonald, Swiss looking smart. Michael K, what about Joust serving a business class passenger one banana for their vegan breakfast? Imagine paying business class for that one banana. I don't know how to comment on that. Obviously they would have, you know, taken this, they skinned it and all that and served it up all nice and posh, wouldn't they? Not just slung him a banana. Here, have a banana. Oh, thanks. Oh, Alan Robbins, 747 Cathay CX7 over Austria. Thanks for that, Alan. Peter Crane, TCC, Sandy New. I just love an American. Oh, I say. Nice. It's quite whiny, isn't it? You're watching Sky. Wow. That just goes to show the stopping power of that aircraft. But then again, it might be just very, very empty. Light on fuel, light on passengers. Maybe not the maximum high density route today. The Rubbish Mechanic, good afternoon to you. Helen Clapp, Aidan Campbell, if you fly business or first, fill up in the lounge with as much as you can. Aidan Campbell, what a great, yeah, of course. You're going to do that, aren't you? God knows how many pieces of that flipping cheesecake I had. I just kept coming back for more and more and more. It was a mousse, yeah, I know it was a mousse. Yeah, it was a mousse, wasn't it? It's just like, yeah, it was apricot or something like that. Oh, God. Another cup of coffee, piece of apricot mousse. Another cup of coffee, piece of apricot mousse. We have something else. Actually, I think I did have some hash browns and things. There you go. But he's right. Oh, Fan Man, there was never a Trent 6. It went Trent 5, which is a 340-600, wasn't it? Sorry, yeah, of course. Trent 5, then Trent 7. Yeah, no 6. Sorry about that. Thank you for that. Ooh, start up. It's 777 Paul. Did you see footage of Thai flight landing with meal trays full of food? Oh man, you don't want to. Yeah, but I bet you that was a domestic flight. Sorry, I bet you that was a domestic flight. That wouldn't. Was that a long haul flight? Oh no, was it what? Yeah. TCC, I read some Tridents had an extra booster engine, making it a quad jet. Oh, I don't know about that. It's the first I've ever heard of it. Did they have an APU? Because if you want to really sort of like be anal about it, these aircraft do have 3 engines, don't they? The APU at the back is a small turbine engine which creates the air pressure for the air starters and also creates electricity, powers the aircraft as well whilst the engines are not running and if they're not using the ground power unit, which they do from time to time. Paul Reynolds, why do different airliners use different reversers on the engines. It's not down to the airlines, it's down to the engine type, and that is all it is. Some have sliding door reverser systems, others have the clamshell style reverser. If this is an IAE powered jet, it may be, no, these will be sliders. I think the CFM56 engine that has the clamshell style reversers and also the sliders. Two different types. This is the old IAE V2500 engine, I think. This should slide. There it is. So basically what that does is it locks the airflow off to the back of the engine, which is normally what causes the thrust, and pushes it forward using the main fan blade to obviously create that thrust, that reverse thrust as it's basically known. Jerry the Trident had 3. Had a booster turbojet in addition to 3 spays. It also had an APU. Blimey, did it really? Wow, that's amazing. EGPX, thank you for that. Great bit of information. I love information like that. Where was that positioned or housed? I'll have to Google that later. I think I'm going to. Oh, base of the tail. Julian saying a base of the tail. Nice Sri Lankan jet going out. Oh, she's got treads on her. That could go up quite quick, that Sri Lankan jet. Or it might not. She's long, man. Wow. How long that sequence is, man. I think the gear up sequence for a 330 is actually almost double what it is for a 777, isn't it, for the Boeing? Something big going out there. Yeah, no, shake shot. So there's another aircraft recognition for you, folks. 767 versus the 787. 787. All of them, regardless of that part of the aircraft, that APU exhaust is not painted. It's a titanium part, obviously cannot be painted because it gets hot. But that's the big, one of the big idents on a 787 versus the 767, which has a very similar back-end APU to a 757. So if you're looking at a 767 versus a 757, you don't really want to look at the APU. I will say, however, the tail on a 757 is quite distinctive. It's quite long. It's quite wider. It's a little bit wider than the 767. But of course, the 777 and the 787. Obviously, it's just a bigger aeroplane. If you're looking at going back to the 767 versus the 757, long and skinny and very high undercarriage, And of course, the 757 does also have winglets like that, so don't get caught out by that. Similar engines as well, but how long it is, if you see them side by side, you'll be able to quite clearly distinguish between the two, betwixt the two. 777, as you can see there, it's very wedgy. There's only the left-hand side that is the actual exhaust output itself. On the other side, it's completely blank. So kind of like an aerodynamic feature that they incorporated into the design of the 777. Another IAE powered 320. One of BA's aging fleet. 350 APU is quite distinctive as well. Obviously very much like and similar kind of in a way to the A330 APU, and also, you know, I mean, the same sort of like tip. It's got a tip on it rather than the rather than the longer conical, but it's got a bigger tip on it as the 350. And of course the 350 just has its features, doesn't it? That beautiful, you know, people might say, well, hold on a minute, how do you know that isn't an A330 Neo, for example? Because they are quite similar from some angles, you know. The Trent 7000 and the XWB engine, very similar in size, but look at the winglet. Very distinctive high flick on the winglet of the almost going over vertical. You know, if that was a skateboard ramp, for example, you probably wouldn't end up going vertical. You'd probably end up coming back on yourself because it almost flicks over the vertical. Whereas the A330 is a much more longitudinal, raked style wingtip. But that is a beautiful piece of technology, isn't it? Look at that. Probably it's like a vert ramp, isn't it? Really, I guess it's the best way to do it. Star Alliance. Is this Lufty? No, TAP probably. Star Alliance. No. TAP, it's in the game. Looking forward to South African Airways bringing their 350s into London Heathrow. Have to keep on the case with that. They are. Hey, look at me today, folks. Hey. Yes. Oh, I took somebody's advice and it's absolutely perfect. Oi! Go around. What's that all about then? That's not wind shear, obviously. Winds are far too calm. That must be. Doesn't seem to be anything. Doesn't seem to be anything on the runway. There's nothing. TAP's way off the runway, mate. Yeah. So, here's a question for you. Perfect. Oh, fantastic. Well, I have a theory. Khusro Alam, the A350 winglet is an angular blended wingtip. Yes. Most of these sort of like modern flicked wingtip, like the raked wingtip, is what is commonly known as a blended wingtip. In other words, I mean, most of them are bolted on anyway. They're sort of like the structure is a complete unit itself, which is bolted onto the end of the wing. However, it continues on, doesn't it? It's sort of like blended into the wing itself. Let's go round again. Tales from the Hovel. His returning member, welcome back. And Adam Williams is a new member. G'day, Adam. What's he doing down here then, or she? On patrol. It's not Foxy, is it? Or are they gonna do a fire off a few cannons? Trans-Aero Portugal. Aer Lingus. Do the passengers collect extra frequent flyer miles for go-arounds, Eagle Atlanta? Brilliant. Perfectly level. It's perfect. The bubble is perfectly level. You've got to appreciate that the land isn't absolute pinch flat, is it? Good afternoon, Aviation in 4K Star Alliance. Lots of emojis going on for Aer Lingus there. Let's have a little look in the news. Let's just have a little read of the news, Charlene. Charlene? Hi, Charlene. Let's just have a look at the news. Now, here's an interesting thing, folks. Now, bear with me on this one, because before I read the bit of news out, okay, I want you to all agree that I have been saying for the best part of a year now, if not more, about my theory behind powering big airliners using hydrogen power or electrical power as it is converted, and that is that they could hybridize these big jets using a mixture of the combustion engine and also the hydrogen component. Now, what I've always said is that obviously, because these jets are big and they take an enormous amount of power to get them moving and getting them off the runway and flying and climbing, you need a lot of power right the way up through till, 30,000 feet, 35,000 feet. Once you're up at that climb, you can really come off the throttles and ease it off. That is when you would kick the hydrogen engines in, because all you're looking at doing is keeping the aircraft maintaining the speed and also the altitude. Sounded like he was spitting bits of metal out of there, man. Sparks and everything. It was crazy. To continue my theory for hybridization of these jets would be, obviously, where you would have a hybrid system, use the main engines, the combustion engines, as you see there, to get the aircraft off the ground, in the air, up to cruise altitude. Then you can come off the power, fly across the Atlantic, and then on your descent, you would fire up the main engines again, because obviously you may need the power of the engines in the instance of a go-around or something like that. High-powered, and also you would feel a bit better with it. But basically, the bottom line is you would be saving the fuel from because you could be at 35,000 feet in 20 minutes. Let's be honest. Once you're up, and obviously it depends on what aircraft you're in and so on and so forth. But the bottom line is that you would save all that fuel, and also the carbon footprint would be obviously incredible. If you miss out, sort of like for a 7-hour flight, you only use the engines for, let's say, a maximum of 40-50 minutes, which is incredible. So I think there is most definitely challenge for airliner manufacturers, engine manufacturers, because the aircraft manufacturers would need to work very, very closely with the engine manufacturers. So, like for instance, the way that Airbus are working, I believe, potentially with ATR. You can hear those Trents humming away even now when they come off the power. So, what I'm talking about with that is that I saw a very interesting news article yesterday, which popped up on my LinkedIn thread. Okay, I'm just going to keep an eye on this jet because the he's off. An announcement from Airbus. Well, not so much an announcement, but a discussion from Airbus. Hybridization. And this is their words, folks. This is their words. Now, remember what I've just said that I've been harping on about for the best part of a year. And I've just seen this post from Airbus Industries, which reads, easy for you to say. Stand by. It's easier to make than say. So the carbon footprint would be almost eliminated in some ways, you know, in terms of its overall fuel burn and so on and so forth. But what Airbus is saying, and I'll just quickly read this out, hybridization is one of the technological blocks to improve fuel efficiency of our aircraft from takeoff and in-flight to landing. This World Engineering Day, we're celebrating the work of our talented team Airbus engineers. Well, you could have asked me a year ago, who are preparing the future of aviation. And there was a video that they put up which basically repeated exactly what I have been saying, and that is that you can have a hybrid system, which at the gate you would charge the batteries. The engines, once they are fired up, they would charge the batteries. The aircraft would push back on its own using no tug, no nothing. It has an augmented system which would push the aircraft back. It would taxi the aircraft without the engines started right up to a certain point, then start the engines, warm the engines up, get everything running, and take off using the normal combustion system. Oh, that's beautiful. That's just beautiful. Easy on the front, easy on the front, easy on the front. Nice. There it is. So yeah, the one thing that I did not mention was the fact that they would be using a system of electrical power to taxi the aircraft. Push it back, taxi it, right up to the departure point, or near to it, to the point where you would be able to get enough time to warm the engines up. So for example, if they're going out of 2.7, you'd probably see them firing up the engines somewhere down there. But overall, a year that would save a significant amount of fuel, and also reduce the carbon footprint, which is what we're really looking to achieve here. It's a win-win situation for both operators and the environment as well. So once they get to that stage, they then use the main engines to take off, climb to altitude, to the cruising altitude, and then switch off the combustion engines, fire up the hybrid system, the electrical system, which is obviously by hydrogen. The mix of hydrogen and air is how they create the electricity. They will obviously have batteries storing power on the aircraft as well. So the whole system would be a hybrid system, very much like what you see with hybrid vehicles these days. But can you imagine flying across the Atlantic, and I'd be very happy to do that, knowing that I still had the combustion engine to fall back on. But that is basically what Airbus are looking at for the future, is the use of a. Not only are they moving very rapidly on their hydrogen power system, which is going to be for domestic routes, you know, for ATRs and that kind of aircraft. But now they're really sticking their necks out and talking about hybridization of these big jets, which I've been talking about. Again, I have to reiterate, I've been talking about for the past year. And hey, if anybody wants any proof, they've only got to look back on shows from the past where I've mentioned it. Now this is the A220 with Swiss. Airbus's future single aisle jet. These guys can squeal sometimes, these little engines, these Pratt & Whitneys. Interesting. So there we go, there we have it, folks. We will just have to sort of like, it's a shame we can't sort of like, we will at some point. We're obviously due to go down to Toulouse. I want to give a big shout out to Kyle Thomas, folks, ex-Voyager pilot, now with British Airways on the short-haul routes. Unfortunately, we missed his departure, but he sent me a message to say thanks for looking in on it anyway, at least. First flight back on Friday, all went great. Awesome to get airborne as a Speedbird call sign finally. And that's Kyle Thomas, now with British Airways, ex-Voyager pilot. Voyager being the... I'm not sure if that was on the... I think that was on the AAR jet, the air-to-air refueling jet, possibly. I have to double check that, or whether it was on the passenger variant. Yes, once again, congratulations to Lufthansa and Airbus for securing an order. I'm seeing 10 A350 1000s and 5 A350 900s. Other numbers have been different, but a big order there. Once again, obviously, Lufthansa very happy with their A350 fleet. Of course, we've talked in the past about Air India's massive orders. But I did mention the other week about the engine orders that Air India had put in. Firm orders included 40 Gen X engines. And that would mean I'd imagine that will be for 20 Boeing 787s for the Gen X, the GE-NX engine, and also 20 GE9X engines, which will go to power 10 777X jets. But it might not be 10. It could be 8 with 4 engine spares, because obviously they would normally run spares. But to be honest with you, these engines are so reliable. Yeah, again, European Aviation Safety Agency confirming, and they are responsible for regulating and controlling aviation safety procedures, confirming that they are, oh hello, we've got a good start up, here we go, smoky start, big smiley face, has rejected the proposal to develop single pilot airline commercial flights in Europe by 2030. And thank God for that, I've got to be honest with you. Bleeding stupid, you know. Probably all of that was fueled by the media, who are so, you know, their correspondent. A lot of media correspondents get involved who know nothing about aviation and should know better and should be reporting on other stuff. To be honest with you, because it's a ridiculous debate. I wish they'd have put me on TV to discuss that, and I could have talked to somebody about it face to face. I'd have been really happy about that. Oh, cheers, mate. Hey, up.
Hello, Jerry.
Oh, thanks, mate. I'm still on this way. Thanks, guys. Yeah, the most ridiculous conversation I've ever known in my life. This guy's being towed in. He's not going anywhere, is he? Okay. Let's get this tune. Rolling the ball. Okay. Looking good, United. Somebody I saw, Julie, has gifted a membership there, mate, and I lost it. I think I lost it. Oh, TCC saying Cathay started the single pilot idea with Airbus. Okay, well, there you go then. I should know better. That's obviously Cathay. You know, it's funny, isn't it? Because it would have been one single conversation to say, guys, really, not now. Maybe many years in the future, we'd look at something like that. But to be honest with you, right now, it's not something that we would even entertain. So my apologies. Thank you, TCC. It was Cathay and Airbus. It was Cathay asking Airbus. I'd imagine that conversation with Airbus would have been relatively short, mate. Certainly, we can look at it. We could do a feasibility study on it, and let you know what our thoughts are at the end of it. But I could probably give you the answer now if you like. Save you about 6 months of, because obviously Cathay, like every other airline, there's your clamshell reversers on the CFM56 engine. Cathay Pacific, like every other airline around the world, are potentially going to run out of pilots. Well, not run out of pilots, but have a massive pilot shortage, which means, you know, obviously one of the questions would be, well, what about if we only had one person in the cockpit? And potentially, you know, I would have loved to have been around when those conversations were happening, because I would have been like, mate, don't be so stupid. Honestly, come on, think about it. Do you honestly think that people would fly on your planes if you had one pilot up the front? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I'm on my own up at the front of the airplane today. Right, everybody out. Oh, cheers, mate. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you're quick, mate. Hold on. There'd be a mad scramble for the door, wouldn't there? I want to cancel my flight. I'm not riding a mini metro. Cheers. delivering a history. Burger's still boiling up. Rolling the ball. On that. They were all going where? Oh, that is hilarious, man. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, if I was from Airbus, I would have been like, mate, we love you and all that, and we want to help you, but really, come on, let's be sensible about this. And on the flight deck with me, I have nobody. Ah! Doors will be popping out, slides going down the wing and everything. Ah, brilliant. Blimey, Captain Bob's popped his clogs a few times, hasn't he? Dying on Trilanders. What's he ever... You know what? That's a great question from Joanna. Do planes have horns on them? Well, I did hear once that apparently they do. Only a little one to allow people working around the aircraft to avoid something or other. I don't know, but apparently they do. Not a big horn, but sort of like a beep, 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 beep. Bit like the Truck Fest. I bet they wish they had half the time, but you know. Okay, looks like this. Where's he going? Is he on push to go out? Is that on radar? Talking about future hydrogen power. This time in 10 years, maybe less. With the speed that Airbus are working with the hydrogen system, I think they're close. I think they're working with ATR on it. But this is the kind of aircraft that we're thinking of here, folks. Oh, there's one of the... I love that sound, man. I love that sound. Oh, bit of a face-off. Yeah. VJ Menon, trains have dead man switches, yeah, so that when the pressure on the control handle, if it loses it, then right. JF Bryson, very true. Of course, the aircraft would have ground controllers able to operate the aircraft in the case of an incident, but then you'd have thousands and millions of other people on the ground being paid stupid amounts of money for just sitting there and waiting for something to happen. Unless it's like a completely sort of like I mean, obviously, just bear in mind that these aircraft are tracked all the way across the Atlantic. I think there's still a dead zone, isn't there, in the middle of the Atlantic? Or isn't there anymore? I know there used to be a dead zone sort of slap bang in the middle of the Atlantic, or unless that's been filled now by new technology. That guy in the sky, Captain Sky Marshal, thought the 737s don't use rat. He's mentioning rat there. It doesn't mean they dangle a live rat squeak out of the plane. It's called the ram air turbine system. I thought that all aircraft had that. I thought that all aircraft had to have a rat. Boeing and Airbus and any operator as an emergency electrical backup system. Which it's like a little windmill that basically drops out the bottom of the plane. We see it a lot on during flight testing at Toulouse, where the ram air turbine is still operational. You can actually hear it when it lands. It sounds like it sounds like it's running over a rumble strip. Brandon Planespotter, yes indeed. That Air Canada 777 was coming to gate, and it's kind of standard procedure. It's an etiquette thing as well to turn off your taxi lights. Clipper saying all United 767s are GE powered. GE6, I think that is. We're like Pratt and Whitney. Which one's, isn't it? Is it Lelephant or is it Leb? Chili, that's Arthur. Arthur. Oh, is it? Rolls Royce. Yeah. So much braking power. So now you can hear the hum. It's amazing. Can you hear the hum? VJ Menon also saying, yes, indeed, the link between the remote ground controller and the aircraft would need to be very secure to prevent it being hacked. Ghost plane. All under the control of that guy there, or girl in that front seat there, towing that enormous airliner. Watch the wings deflex on this Dreamliner, folks. When it touches down, if we get it in time, watch the wings go from being bent to being straight. There it is. Wow. Nice. Diane 78. Can't hear it. Okay, well, sometimes you can if it's close by. When they're departing, we're going to do an hour of departures, folks. So when we'll get at least one 777-200 Rolls-Royce powered jet going out, and then you might get to hear the hum. Cheers to whomever it was that brought me that coffee. Oh, it's not coffee. It's a hot chocolate or something. There's chocolate on it. Oh, they put chocolate on the top, haven't they? That's what it is. Sugar in it and all. Alright, it's very kind of them. Very, very kind of them. Lovely, lovely, lovely people. Lovely thing to do. Keep me warm on this. It is cold. I've got to be honest with you. Air temperature here at the moment can't be anything more than 5 degrees, is it? Fair play to old. What's his face? He's been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. Blimey. Pussy PJs. Patrick's Kimber's Model. BA320 from Copenhagen. Yankee Romeo, 9 years old. Nick Grave, no, that's not Arthur. That Arthur is. It is Arthur. No, it's not. Sorry, it's just a horizontal stabilizer. It's LEL. Is Arthur. That's LEB, isn't it? It's Lima, not Bravo. That's Bravo. Captain Bob, nobody in the cockpit of that 380. 4 degrees centigrade, Paul Skilling saying thank you, Paul. Squidell, Ian Snelling, Cafe 747, 8:58 minutes out just past Frankfurt. You want to check that on your flight radar app, folks. Let's give her a #1 status, shall we? She deserves it. She's a queen of the skies. That one in 22 years old, complete contrast. Patrick's. Sarah Faro. Just doing a hard phone restart. Hopefully that will work, whatever it was. Oh dear. Turned that Lufthansa around quick, didn't they? No messing about. Katie Coates, at this point in time, we don't know where we're going to be on Wednesday. Is this Tarom's little 318? I think it is. I recognise the fella who bought us a coffee. I'm sure we've met before. But thank you to him. Rolling. 2 coffees in the space of 10 minutes. Decel. I think that's the monitoring pilot calls decel on the to confirm the aircraft is slowing. A Lamb, Emirates 380, 7 minutes away. Give and go duck. My NG models Taron 318-100 turned up yesterday. Still love those gonky little jets with their big tails. Yeah. Crazy how big and tall. Oh, well, it's bigger than its big brother or sister. Nice. Nick Gray, always amazed at the size of the inboard flaps when fully extended. I think he's probably talking about the 777 there, because they are proper barn doors, man. Mirrors also confirming Emirates A380 inbound 6 minutes. %7 Glasgow Airport. Patrick TCC, Paul Skilling. Yeah, snowstorm nearer the time. Well, it'd be great if it arrives here early, wouldn't it, Julie? Gets hit by Wednesday. We'll have some of that. No? To me. What's that? EK29 number 6 HGC. Now that's the raked wingtip that we talked about. Much the same as the raked wingtip on the 777. Same sort of idea around it. I think somebody asked earlier on about the scalloped aft cowls on those Gen X and the Rolls-Royce engines. It's a Boeing design. Actually, it's NASA, isn't it? NASA designed it, and Boeing, I think, bought the rights to it, the intellectual property rights, possibly. I'm not quite sure how it worked, but I know it was between Boeing and NASA to make the aircraft quieter. Basically, instead of having a straight edge on the back of the engine cowl, by having those scalloped shaped cowls, basically meant that it created less noise. However, it's since been found, after now the aircraft being in service for so long, that it actually causes more drag and therefore more fuel burn. Why they wouldn't have figured that out right at the beginning of the development of the cowl and possibly ditch it, because really. It's costing the operators more money with those scallop cowls. Less of a noise footprint. But I think, to be honest with you, that the noise or the sound that the standard type of engine would create, like the GE, the GE90 or the bigger engines, and also like the XWB. Of course, the XWB has the straight edge, as you can see over there. The noise is really only generated when the aircraft's sort of quite close to on approach. So they're thinking of the local environment impact in terms of noise. Nice 737. I like a 737. Always seem to come in hot. CFM 56 engines. Nice. Good example there, man. Good example there. Twin engine electric start on the 787. If they want to use twin engine, that is. Same with the A350 as well on the on both the Rolls-Royce or the General Electric GPW engines has a dual electric start capability. Tracy Byram, nice to see the startup of the engines. Yeah. Full and flight free check. Rudder check. Some point that it really is down to the pilot's discrepancy when they shut the APU down. Big long 777 getting in the way there. Look. He's a big. You see the little flap, because obviously they've now used the auxiliary power unit to start the engines electrically. That is. Oh, hello. Good timing. Awesome cameras on the Emirates 380. See those horizontal stabilizers, it's still shaking from the turbulent air that's kicked up from the inboard reversers and also the ground spoilers. Apparently the all-electric braking system on the 787 is made by Bugatti. Wow. Wow, that's impressive. I can understand that, you know. I'm sure I've heard that before somewhere about Bugatti being involved in avionics, in aviation. The prop blade manufacturers. Look at that, Emirates, man. Don't flipping do things in ours, do they? Doughty, old engine. When I say old, they their history goes way back. Doughty, I believe they were the undercarriage manufacturers for the Lancaster bomber and other aircraft during the war. But also producers of prop blades and still manufacturing blades, I believe, Those big blades that you see on the A400M are actually manufactured by Doughty. And that little flap that I was hoping to show you, but obviously we were rudely interrupted by the Emirates 380, which isn't such a bad thing. I wanted to show you the little flap, which is the little for cooling the APU or the air breather potentially for the auxiliary power unit. It's now closed. Sometimes the pilots will leave that extended for quite some time. I believe Avro Arrow 380 wings are incredible to watch, aren't they just? Saudi 787 inbound, 8 minutes, mirrors. Michael Barber, never get tired, honestly. All aviation, to be perfectly honest with you. But to be honest, you've only got to sort of like, you know, see the interest peak with viewing figures when there's an A380 involved these days, because people do love it. You know, I think the purists, you know, your old school aviation fans, you know, from the old era, pre-380 era, you know, with the 747s, I can understand, think that the A380 is ugly, but to be perfectly honest with you, in terms of whether or not you think it's ugly, the sheer size of it and its capabilities are something that you need to appreciate, and you know, give it up for the manufacturers for actually pulling it off. Boeing tried to, but they had to curtail it and make it a single decker, and the whole reason for that, we believe, was because they couldn't evacuate a full complement of passengers within the 90-second required time limit, because I don't think they had upper deck doors, because obviously way back then when they were developing aircraft, the passenger walk bridge was a relatively new design. So airports were only just starting to sort of like, you know, create these satellite systems that you see now with airports around the world. Some beautiful imagery from way back then of places like New York, the early days when the access bridge system, walkway, whatever you want to call it, was in its early stages. Still big patches of oil around the dispersal where all these 707s were sitting crazy. 727s all dripping oil onto the dispersal area, just crazy. Nicely done. I think if you remember a while ago, we actually put a little video out about Airbus with the Atoll automatic taxi and takeoff system that they have developed and tested and proven on one of their 350 test beds, where basically the aircraft will taxi itself out to the runway, obviously with the flying pilot or the pilot's fully in control of it. If it needs to be interfered with, then they can jump straight on it and override the system. But basically, the automatic takeoff system is very, very clever indeed. But then again, with today's technology of being able to track something, it doesn't surprise me, I have to be honest with you. 60 minutes left of arrivals on the northern runway, and then we're going to go into an hour of departures out of this northern runway. Get some noise going, folks. Get some engine ingestion close-ups. British Air Tours. Janine Kelly off to bed. Take care, Janine. What was the name of that woman back in the 80s who had that big sort of like mole on her? She was very sexy, very very good looking, but she had a good like a love recipe. No. Well, it wasn't a big mole, man. It was just a mole. It was like a little tiny mole. It's not like a great big flipping, you know. Lance D. No. It's very famous. Very famous. Yeah. She had a couple. No. She had a couple of. Oh yeah, there is that as well, isn't there? I guess. Yeah. No, not Cindy Crawford. No, from the 80s, man. From even the 70s. Even the 70s. Craig Whitmore spent many time on the roof terrace at Heathrow. Yeah, that would have been kind of over there in that direction. There's still a couple of remnants of the old brick buildings left. When you drive in now to the under the tunnel and up to Terminal 2 and Terminal 3, on the left-hand side you can see the old bus station. Hey, how you doing, man? You can see the old bus station. Someone watching this show on his phone. Obviously, be very careful. Obviously, not doing it when he's driving. Yes, there we go. Being very sensible, of course. He was just showing me. For someone. Look at that one. Patsy, is it Patsy someone or other? Oh, hello. Lindsay Paul. Captain Sky Marshal. Oh, was she? Okay. Yes, old school. Oh, did she? Blimey, how old was she? Jimmy Osmond. Oh my God, really? Oh dear. No, she had a mole on her just above her lip or somewhere on her face. Google a picture of her and you'll see. No, because one of these planes had a little mole on its top lip, and it looks a bit, you know. Craig Whitmore. I can remember seeing planes parked up on self-manoeuvring stands at Heathrow. Self-manoeuvring stands. Okay. I'm sure that's not, because back in those days, robotic, you mean? As in, I don't quite understand. Manoeuvring stands. These ones that we see today are controlled, obviously, by an operator at the front, and you can see the wheel system. Well, actually, no, that truck's in the way, or is it? No, that is the wheel. No, that's the front wheel of the plane. For God's sake, there will be a. In fact, it is. There it is. There it is. There's the wheel system, I think. Yes, that's. Probably get another idea of it somewhere else. No, I can't. In fact, that's the only option I've got. There is no other visible. Oh, hold on a minute. Might be able to just sneak through there and see that one. No. But yeah, they I don't understand self-manoeuvring access. To be a bit more descriptive. Nice. 339. Here we go. Now look at the wingtip on this thing compared to the 350. It's a good way to ident it as a 339. Also, the other thing to ident that aircraft, the A330 has a very droopy, droopy undercarriage. Back wheels are always hanging. Weight on wheels, I think the term is, that when those two sets touch the ground, that the speed brakes are deployed. Whether that's an auto deployment or whether that is a manual deployment, I don't know. Same place as the hydraulics are. What's that, Simon Dinsmore? Craig Whitmore. Self-manoeuvring was when planes were marshalled onto stand, sideways parking, then just taxied away, then to the taxiway, push back stem. Okay. What's that? Lindsay DePaul, that was it, yeah. You might remember a song. You might remember a song from her. Oh, okay, interesting. All right. Not that long ago, for God's sake. You would have heard it on the radio with your mum playing the radio. Really?
This is the BBC. Here is the news. We're on strike. Good night.
Cobalt. I think this is a Cobalt tow truck with Virgin Atlantic. What one's squawking? That was beautiful, that was. Beautiful looking aeroplane, man. 350. Chunky monkey. Chunky aircraft, isn't it? 787. Long landing. Nice. Jeffrey Dingle. Early slides he took from Queen's Building at Heathrow, a BOAC Strato Cruiser. Wait a minute. BOAC Comet 4 BEA Viscounts, Aer Lingus Fokker Friendships in the late 50s. Oh my goodness me. Jeffrey, can I come round your house and have a cup of coffee and watch those slides? Oh my word. That is also, I mean, we're not talking a long time off of the Lancastrians still operating, the converted Lancaster bombers operating from Heathrow. I think the first commercial flight that operated from London Heathrow, and forgive me if I'm wrong here and correct me if I'm wrong, was by a Lancastrian operating for BOAC, I think it was. Craig Whitmore. Birmingham used to park planes sideways instead of parking nose on and needed a pushback tug. Then they used to start the engines and the marshal would direct them off stand before taxiing. Okay. Well, I had no idea about that. Obviously, this is pre... I'm guessing this is pre... Airbridge days, or at least the very sophisticated ones, because of course remember that airliners were quite low to the ground back then as well. Tixie beat DC-9s, used to power back. Yes, they did. Until I believe there was an air crash that was caused by that bucket reverser pushback, but I think they also used to use it to cover the aircraft in hot air to blow the ice off as well. Proper old school, man. United had Viscounts, got them from a merger with Capital Airlines based in Washington DC. Dave Beeler saying, "Oh, I love all the old school stuff. I love all the old school stuff, man." What I'm really looking forward is and I found it, but we couldn't play it out because of our copyright infringements potentially. Even though the people who have uploaded them to YouTube, it's probably not their content because it's so old. It's probably gone from one hand to another hand to another hand to another hand. So there's no way of finding out exactly who owned the original footage, but there are some instances of Super 8 film, I think it was, the old school Kodak Super 8 footage of operations at London Heathrow, and some real classics as well. I was going to play them out during the Boeing 747 tribute night that we had, but I was advised by my legal representative not to do it. Yeah, but that channel has probably not got permission to do it, so how they... Right. Even if you screen record it. No. You screen record it and play it out. Will it? Even though it's come from your phone, how are they going to know that you've screen recorded it? Not that I say it's a good thing to do, but what I'm talking about is archive footage that is not watermarked, Julie. It's not watermarked. A Lamb saying it's now snowing in Norfolk. Avianca 787-8 in 6 minutes, Paul Skilling. Matt Shelton Smith. My wife learned yesterday that all Emirates A380s must always carry their own tow bar in case they are diverted to a non-380 destination. Each tow bar weighs 3 tons. Matt, Your wife found out yesterday, and I found out today, and probably around about 4,000 odd people found out as well in the last 30 seconds. That's amazing. Where's that factoid come from? Emirates Airlines carry their own tow bar in case they land at an airfield which does not have support, technical support, but you would obviously also need the tow, the tug as well, wouldn't you? Is the A380 push bar? Ah, okay. The tow bar for an A380 is unique, by the sounds of it. And does that mean that almost all aircraft have a unique tow bar? Why you speak like that? Tow bar. It's a good looking jet, the Neo, isn't it? Scandinavian. Don't like the new livery, gonna be honest with you. Smart, don't get me wrong, but don't like those engine cows. Don't like those nacelles. Look like spare parts, don't they? Look like spare engine nacelles, borrowed from another aeroplane. Apparently the Scandinavian, I don't know exactly whether it went out to public or whether it went out to a specific group of people about the whether they should retain the orange engine cowling colours, and it was God blimey, that was a bit late. Flipping heck, only just off, man. As soon as they get down to a certain speed, engines to idle, and then the hum comes in. Is Rolls-Royce engineer still here so he can tell us what that hum is? What the hum is? Dave Beeler, most aircraft have unique hookup points on the nose gear struts. Some are similar. Okay. Would that mean potentially or possibly the 777 and 767 and 787? Those Boeing jets will probably have the same, because otherwise they'd be flipping tow bars all over the gaff. Chris W's sister is flying her last ever flight on the C-17 Globemaster today before her retirement. So proud. Congratulations, Chris's sister. And yes, indeed, very proud. Is that, I'm guessing that's, is that in the UK here with the RAF or? Could be the US. See that CFM56 engine, the new engine, the LEAP engine, is what has replaced the CFM56, which is the equivalent of that. That could be a Pratt & Whitney engine, that could be a CF engine. General Electric, LEAP, leading edge aviation propulsion, I believe is the correct description of LEAP. Robert Davies, or Davis, sorry, Robert Davis is a returning member. There. Rolls-Royce engineer, engine harmonics are not just down to single designs, so it's a combination of things that makes the T800 sound so unique. In other words, I can't answer that. Okay. Yeah, it is a very interesting thing that I think we have had cases in the past where you can hear it. It's an audible hum. And it's something that will probably happen when we see aircraft lining up for departure once the switchover happens. We're bound to see at least one Rolls-Royce Trent 8 powered jet lining up in front of us, and you will get to hear that audible hum. Oh, engine start. Craig Whitmore. Yugoslavian Airlines flight engineers used to do the headsets on the startups, then go back inside the aircraft through a hatch underneath the cockpit once the engines had started. Wow. Which aircraft was that? Sorry, am I missing out on something? Missing something there? Yugoslavian flight engineers. When we're talking about flight engineer, folks, a lot of people may not remember, the younger ones amongst us, that most aircraft back in the day had 3 pilots or 3 crew members, flight deck crew members. My dad was the captain. You'd have the first officer on the right-hand side. Back in those days, they're still calling them the co-pilot, I believe. And then we had the flight engineer, who was basically monitoring the engines, fuel, etc., etc., sitting behind the pilots on the flight engineers panel. Of course, that was a big controversial thing as well when aircraft went from having 3 to 2 pilots. Of course, it wasn't a safety thing. It was more a case of, like, you know, advancements in technologies. Therefore, glass, what was known as the glass era, or the new glass cockpit, which meant that all of the with the onboard technology and computers, all of the information that was available to the flight engineer was available to the pilots at a glance, but also the new avionics and systems on board the aircraft themselves would control the flow of fuel and much more, of course. But it is still important that pilots do monitor, especially A380 pilots. I believe Captain Dave once saying that once they take off in the 380, they have to maneuver the fuel around from the tip tanks, the wing tip tanks. Bit of rudder going on there. the last of the Trent family engines before they move on to the Ultrafan, which is in its testing procedures at the moment, or going through its test program, should I say. Big, beautiful carbon fan blades, almost blue in colour. The composite material that they use.
Afternoon, fellow subscriber.
Hello, mate. He's got a subscriber watching below us. Okay, here we go. Someone watching on their phone. Fair play. Is this Avianca? This could make a noise, folks. Beautiful wing on it. Go on, Sam. Open it up. Here we go. Very mediocre. Almost hardly worth filming, to be honest with you. There's a fella over there. Where has he gone? There he is over there. Hello. Hello. He's going to see himself. Concorde had some 14 fuel tanks, always moving fuel for balance. Dave Beeler, yes indeed. Something that I learned, one of the most important parts of the flight engineer's job on Concorde was moving fuel around to maximise the centre of gravity and also the the pitch angle of the aircraft to absolutely maximise its angle of attack and efficiency whilst travelling at massively high speeds, of course. Amazing feat of engineering and technological achievement was the Concorde in those days. We're talking about old school technology, man, and all analog as well. Remember, I think it did have some computerized technology on Concorde, but hey, look, there he is. Just a little glimpse. Oh, that's a shame, man. We got a big load of reverser from Royal Jordanian. Vic and Bob flying that one in today, I think. The nearest I've ever been to a 350 was on a flight from Amsterdam to London Heathrow last June. Well, impressive. Close up, Stephen Luscombe saying yes. It is a beautiful aeroplane, I've got to say. In more ways than one in terms of its aesthetic looks, but also in terms of the technology. And you have to say that for these next generation jets like the 787s with their carbon wings. Although the carbon painting system that they use on the wings is completely different than they use on the fuselage. They have to use a copper coating between the fuselage, between the carbon and the paint itself at certain fixing points. Whereas on the wing, they're not able to do that. They have to use a UV sensitive. Well, the paint is. They're having issues with it. Put it that way. Bless you. Compare that to the older livery. The older livery. It's just nothing like the older one, is it? Low rider, man. Proper low rider, the 787, isn't it? Brum, brum. See that wingtip. Lynn Collins, 747, just came over. Malden. I look left and I can almost... And you see, he may fire up his APU. He's got the, well, actually, I think his APU's already on. Very little separation between these jets, man. It's to kind of get off the runway quick. 777, right up his, is it triple? Yeah, right up his backside. Don't want to roll that all the way out to T5. I can tell you now, mate, you need to be off the runway quite soon. Still on the runway. Oh, he's off. Wow. Not a lot of separation there, man. I remember Captain Abdullah telling me, look down at the end of the runway. Don't look directly in front of you. Look at the end of the runway to visualize your landing. And boy, oh boy, did that work. Crazy how much that stabilized my flight when I was doing the sim. Okay, it was only the little Cirrus, but I can assure you it was it made such a huge difference. It's one of those things that you're sort of like, you know, oh wow, no one's ever told me that before. But just that one little tiny tip, if you're flying a simulator, is when you're on approach and you're at sort of like 200 feet or even less, as you're on that last part of the descent before you touch down, visualize the end of the runway. Look at the end of the runway. Don't look down at where you're landing. You'll have more control over it. Trust me, it works. Dave Beeler, that pink tug has been here for the best part of 5 or 6 years now, isn't it? Brought in by, it was United, wasn't it? By United for their cancer awareness campaign, and he stayed here all that time, still here, doing the rounds, and we do see him from time to time. Yeah. Bigfoot. Ginormous, great big undercarriage on it, man. Rock hard as well. Diane 78, CX7 in 11 minutes. Okay, folks, let's see if we can find it on radar. I'm going to switch now quickly. Clipper 707 just read about Concorde's fastest run, which was Mach 2.6 in the early 70s with a Pan Am captain test flying it. Pan American actually was the first to plunk down money for Concorde, which infuriated JFK. Wow. So the fastest ever run it did at 2.6 was with a Pan Am test pilot. Oh, he must have been having fun. Oh my goodness me, yeah. Right, okay. I'm now having a look for CX7, folks. Here she is, just turning onto the back of the stack by the looks of it. Or is she in a holding pattern? I think she might be going into a holding pattern, or is she going to go direct to the end of the stack? departed 7 hours and 12 minutes ago from Dubai. So quite what freight that will be carrying, we don't know. Whether it's part of a longer leg, I don't know. But really, Dubai doesn't have any sort of like manufacturing facilities, you know, like car parts or stuff like that. So it could be anything. That's another thing that we're looking to do, is an exotic movement. Pardon me. An exotic movement with Emirates at some point in the future, where we will be filming the loading of a very fast automobile, or exotic one at that. Yeah, it looks like CX7's going into the hole. Please, man, we've got 20 minutes left, but based on where she is, I think that we're likely to see her come in and use this runway, currently at 10,000 feet, holding that position. It's a shame that Qatar's not a little bit later, isn't it? We've got another 380. Looks like probably BA, I'd imagine. There we are, from San Francisco, due in 10 minutes. Is BA going to get priority? I say, you there! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Anybody who's... It's a shame that these guys who've come up to me today, the lovely people who brought me the coffee, stickers, man. I've got stickers, but it's just difficult to break away from. Is he still around? The fella? I think he's gone, and if you're watching on the stream right now, gentleman who just came up and said hello. If you want to stick around, I'll have stickers around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. If you fancy popping back, or I don't know whether you're staying here or whether you were just passing through or what, but this is Japan Airlines. Yeah, nice. Beautiful. Love the wind down as well, man. Okay, 747. Looks like he's out of the hold now and falling into line. Looks like that BA 380 is in the is in one of the northern holds as well. Is that the one top right? That's the Lamborghini, isn't it? Yeah, top right is Lambourne. Top left is Ockham. Bovingdon, there we go, yeah. Bottom left is Ockham, right, okay, I've got you.
Fancy something warm to drink?
Oh, you're all right, mate, thanks.
You sure?
What's that?
You fancy something to drink?
Oh, mate, I've just finished the coffee, but if you're going over, is that a menu?
This is from the Starbucks here in the...
Oh, mate, I'll get a small latte, no sugar,
latte,
no
sugar.
sprinklings or anything. But oh, mate, thanks, fella. You from South Africa?
I am.
Hey, maybe put some pyrotechnics in there.
Video in the hotel, so I know the story.
Remember Alan Partridge with the South African bloke? What about some fireworks, maybe? No, Alan. No, you can't. Oh, okay. No need to be like that. Well, we're going to have some pyrotechnics. Good old Alan Partridge. Okay. Well, if we had to choose, it would be the Queen, wouldn't it? Over the 380. Looks like we're going to get that. She's now descending through 5,600 feet, just about to join the back of the stack. If it was a clear day, we would see her. Blimey, that was a quick old... Big, ginormous 777. See the actuator at the front of the undercarriage there. We've talked about a few times on the show now. You can see that forward strut, about 45 degrees on the forward section of the undercarriage. That's to basically push the undercarriage down on the runway to keep it, to maximise the roll on the wheels, and to improve its efficiency on short takeoffs, and to avoid tail strike as well, so that it doesn't sort of like wheelie up or pitch up, if you knows what it is. We love a triple. You love it. Easy, son. Hey! Even on the small jets, when they're inputting a little bit of rudder to keep the aircraft on the straight line, you see, that's when you feel the whole aircraft just lurching left to right. You can hear all the stuff in the overhead compartments like shifting around, and that's why you've got to be careful when you when I'm flying. Here's a little bit of a tip for you. When I'm flying, if halfway through the flight, obviously after we've taken off, if the overhead bins are relatively empty, shift all your equipment or your bags to the front of the bin, so that when you land and he applies all the brakes, it doesn't fly into the front of it and got any sort of like... Just in case you're carrying your nan's 1950s bone china set in your suitcase. You had to be there. I'll get my coat. Big hammering 380. Greek coffee. Sorry to hear that, Stephen. Are those four hold names British towns, Avro? Well, you've got Bovington, you've got Bovingdon, you've got Ockham, you've got Biggin. I know that those three places are towns, aren't they? and the other one, which is Thingfong. Lambourne. Doing the Lambourne walk. EGPX. Stephen Rouse CX7 following Iran Air. Nice. Iran Air 330, I take it. And that looks like a 330. So I'm guessing that is the 747 behind him. Are we going to get that 380 in? No. There's a BA 380 from San Fran. Mark Luscombe, 2 380s inbound. Will they beat the switch? Let's get CX7 to number 1 on radar, folks. Craig Whitmore coming to land at Birmingham in a Britannia 737 in the early hours of the morning in 1979. The plane dropped and the wings rocked from side to side when it landed. Wow. Randy Schwartz has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. What's that, GP? Oh, okay. Well, that's understandable then. Why we're not going to get CX7 to number 1? Yeah. It's a fair reason why. I mean, theoretically, she is number 1 in terms of But anyway, here we go. Iran Air 330. Going to have to not able to refuel here in London, we believe. Whether they've changed that or not, I don't know. Tippy toes, weight on wheels, she's down, big load of air brake. Wow, look at that. That's got to be wheelie of the day, isn't it? Now that jet wants to minimize its fuel burn, so I think that will be derated idle thrust on those engines. Minimal amount of power being used, because from what I've learned, it is not able to refuel here in the UK. Come on, girl. She's got bright lights on her. Is it a Dash 8? Oh yeah. Have a word. Oh no, no, no. Oh, you. She's heavy, man. The flaps on that thing, mate. Car alarms going off all over the gaff. There's speed brakes on it. Mate, you couldn't have timed that bus any better. I've got to say, that bus driver, fair play to you, man. That was a fail, wasn't it? Mind you, the reverser was good enough to sort of like warrant it. But fair play to that bus driver, mate. You hit the nail on the head right there.
Hey, Jerry.
Thanks, mate.
Chocolate muffin if you want it. If you don't,
Oh.
I'll eat it. You can have both. There you
Yeah,
go.
you're a legend. Thanks, mate. If you stick around, man, I'll grab you some stickers. We'll be live till about 4.
Sweet. I'm inside doing an event, so I can stay up for a little while.
Oh, okay, mate.
I can fill my truck.
Yeah, nice one, fella. Thanks, mate. Got a chocolate muffin and a cup of coffee. Where did that freighter originate from? Going to be soon Cathay Cargo, isn't it? It's going to be Cathay Cargo soon, isn't it? Now this guy, is he going to push? We've got 9 minutes left. Okay, he's pushing towards us, so we're going to get a 777-3 fire up. Yeah, here we go. First of the. Oh my God. Oh, Jelly, you remember what happened last time this got to the front of the line? Yeah, last time this happened, folks, this aircraft rejected its takeoff, as in, like, you know, performed just, it rolled onto the runway and went back to the gate, had fire trucks and everything. It was actually a reported smell of burning on the aircraft, probably by a crew member, I'd imagine, as in like a cabin crew member. But let's just hope that this is not going to happen again. Chocolate muffin, what a legend. Margot Goal tuning in from Syracuse, just in time to see the beauty 747. Here we go. Oh my. Oh. That is fantastic. George Boomstra, good afternoon. Isn't George Boomstra from South Africa as well? It's got a very South African name to it, isn't it? Oh, he's Dutch. Sorry, my apologies. What's your name, man?
It's Rob.
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 Nice to meet you, Rob.
Jerry.
Rob.
A great one.
Yes, we are, Aidan Campbell. We are on 27 right. Robbo. Diane 78 Slinger in 2 minutes. We're going to get a Slinger, man. I can see her on back at stack. By heck! Looks like she's last in and all, mate. Sailor Mike, Air Canada. Oh, really? Wow, we've got 2 380s to finish, folks. Ned is a new member. Welcome, Ned Seagoon. A very good afternoon to you. Ah, yeah, it is lekker, mate. It's lekker. Lekker, lekker, krekker. It's not frot, it's lekker.
the guy in the sky, understandably asking me, what are you talking about? It's not allowed to refuel. Well, they carry enough fuel to do the flight, the outbound flight and the return flight. It sounds kind of crazy, but I think they are. They've been given permission to fly to London, but to fly into or land at Heathrow, but they're not allowed to refuel. Maybe it's I don't know for what reason, but. Rolls-Royce engineer very rightly saying about single engine taxiing. I'll be honest with you, they generally only tend to do that on the smaller jets than the bigger jets, because if I'm right in saying, Rolls-Royce engineer, the larger engines take more time to come up to temperature, I believe. Okay, here we go. Double trouble, folks. 2 A380s right there. First to land, Singapore. Sorry, I missed that. What's that mean? Yeah! Go on, girl! Scream as loud as you can! Yeah, man. That is awesome, man. That is awesome. Heavy on the brakes. British Airways in next. Singapore. I don't know, of all the jets that fly into, all the 380s that fly into London Heathrow, I've got to be honest with you, you know, I love them all, but in terms of my favourite livery, it's got to be that Singapore jet, just because it's kind of old school. It's a little bit retro, a little bit way, a little bit woo, and all that. Right, son. Smell detectors have been fully operational now. Oh, well, hello. A Trent 8 powered jet first, or lined up to go out. BA's 380 in from Singapore. Sorry, from San Francisco. Will be hardly any reverser action on this 380. Roll it all the way down the 2 mile runway. Already got aircraft approaching the left-hand runway, Jilly. Wow. I think we're going to see the slinger is going to taxi past our position down here. Hello, big lad. Hello. Yes, I know you're here. Yeah. Happy? Happy? Now, you want some noise, folks? Crank it up for the next hour. We're going to have some fun. First out of the box, Trent 800s on an American 777-2. Mate, the coffee's good. If you're watching, Robbo, if you're watching, the coffee's good, mate. Thank you, and thank you to the other family as well who also gave me a coffee, got me a coffee. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you. Oh, she's ready to go. Sorry about that. Here we go. Derated, really. Yeah. Shaking the room though, man. She's up early. See how that front strut that we've talked about. Actually, I don't think it's on the. Is it on the 200? Certainly kept the surely kept the weight on the wheels. A big nose on it, folks. We have already discussed it, and put it this way: got a great message from Emirates to say that the website traffic had around about 150% increase in web traffic to their flight training academy since we went there and did a live piece with them. So it works, basically, is the bottom line. It works, and it works very efficiently. We've had it many times before. It's a proven thing that, you know, generally, if you're an influencer and if you've got a big audience, then you are able to influence web traffic, and we're very proud that we managed to achieve that for Emirates Airlines. So anybody else fancies doing something for absolutely free, then give us a shout. Won't happen though. It won't happen. Yeah, we don't get paid for it, folks. We didn't get paid for it. We, you know. So, you know, I don't know. It's just a shame that a lot of the when I reach out and touch somebody's hand, when I reach out to operators, airlines, specialist companies, to do a piece with them, it's a shame that it doesn't land on the desk or in the email of the chief operational officer or somebody a little bit higher, rather than sometimes these folks in the media department who obviously do their job properly and do it efficiently, but sometimes just miss opportunities that are given to them, you know, and prefer to just put out a tweet or a LinkedIn message which gets about 100 views, you know, and that's about it really. Anyway, great feedback from Emirates. Thank you, guys. Logan Air ATR coming out. Sailor Mike saying they are just in the process of completing runway inspection right now, and there is your Logan Air ATR. Roxy Simmons, got all my stripes. I've got my foot stuck on a spike.
Ned Seagoon. Yeah, went to Gatwick a few years ago. It would have been a few years ago by the sounds of it. Watched all the Boeing and Airbus departures. Well, it might not have been that long ago, actually. You know, the AN124, I think, has been into Gatwick, has it not? But yeah, incredible piece of machinery with its pure Antonov engines as well. Built by the Ukrainians. The whole thing so self-efficient as well. Incredible. Forbes really enjoyed the Emirates stream. Mr. Pingu, which days do you stream and at what UTC? Mr. Pingu, first, well, we stream the streaming days that we are normally live are Wednesdays and Sundays, but if we're away on overseas trips, it may change. You know, we may put it either side of the midweek show, but generally it's sort of like Friday, Saturday and Sunday, that sort of time with our overseas shows. But all I can suggest to you, Mr. Pingu, is download the app, because that's where you're going to get your timings from and your updates, because our on-air times fluctuate massively. We could be on in the morning, we could be on in the evening, we could be on midday in the whatever, and it all depends on the time zone that we're in, of course, as well. So the best thing you can do is download the app. We have a very efficient app which we update when we know what time we're going to be on air, like we did yesterday, and we will of course keep that updated as often as we can with any information that we feel that you need to know. And can I just say, folks, thank you to anybody who's given us a like today. We really appreciate that. Make sure that you hit that subscribe button as well. We're not desperate for subscribers, folks. We don't have to make a big point of it, because quality is better over quantity, if you see what I mean. So we'd rather have a good, stable community of subscribers, which we do. So if you're watching this now for the first time, hit that subscribe button. And while you're at it, hit the like button. But also, when you subscribe, really important that you hit that little notification bell as well. Yeah, so hit that subscribe button. And but at the same time, make sure you hit the notification button, folks, and give us a like if you want. If you don't, then fair play. Wayne Dyer at the Sayre C1 over the top, east to west. Not going to get it, unfortunately. We are 10 tenths cloud. I can hear it. I can hear that at the C1, not at the Sayre. It's just I think it's a prop aircraft, isn't it? And at the C1. He's still there. He's a nice fella. There he is over there, Jilly, look. He's a nice fella. Genuine bloke. Genuine nice fella. Up at Manchester you'll see him, folks, a lot of times. Mac Aviation, folks.
Look out for him. He's from Macclesfield. All the way from Macclesfield, man. He's got his satellite dish there and everything. Rachel Dickinson, best dream ever. Another. Let's just make sure that we've got it's like a big outbound Air Canada fleet going out. That guy in the sky saying shout out to pilot Emily, who's flying that Aer Lingus jet. Is it now? There's either a strike going on or something's happening. What's this happening? Old school General Electric fire up. Autopilot. The RB211 on the L1011 200 and 500 were better for sure. By the time we hung them on the 757s at Delta, they were the best engines available. Yes. I think the first, wasn't it the first application of the RB211 was on the 747, a replacement for the horrendous, very unreliable overheating Pratt & Whitneys that they were running on the original's classic 747s. Oh my goodness me, really. Really? No way. Oh, it's amazing. Wow. What a story, man. That thing is hammering. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah. Yeah, really nice fella, really nice, genuine fella, that guy from Mac Aviation. Make sure you follow his channel, folks. He's down here from time to time, but he mainly spends his time up there in Manchester. Genuine guy. Maybe he needs to consider the... but, you know, we all know. Michael G. Kelly, GE90s look massive, don't they just? Look at them in comparison to those CF6 engines on the 767. Got a smile on his face though. He's happy. Overheating. T10D, when it was designed but caught up in the Pratt & Whitney engine designation change. Go Canada, dead MC. Now this little ATR is going to go up like a rocket ship. Well, actually, when I say a rocket ship, it'll go up very quick, I'd imagine. Autopilot, the free on the 27 pretty much finished being able to specify more than one engine type or wide body assembly, so big an example of two choices but rare. Okay, interesting. Dave Beeler, Pratt & Whitney 2037 was the JT10 in design, but came out in the middle of the Pratt & Whitney engine designation change. Oh, okay. Yeah, Pratt & Whitney JT8D as well was. I think my old man's DC8 was powered by the JT8D. Turbo fan, as it was called then. Yeah, we basically acknowledge the genuine people, folks. Unfortunately, you know, I don't want to harp on about it, but there's a few people, and I've got to be honest with you, it's only UK streamers, and literally a handful of them, a tiny handful. In fact, probably two of them. Let's just say, who are not genuine. I have to be honest with you. I'm not going to mention any names, but they're just not genuine. I know the kind of nasty stuff that they've got up to in the past, and sort of like have done in the. You know, we've tried to help them even. That's the crazy thing. We've reached out in the early days and tried to help them, only to be, become part of their well, let's not talk about it anymore. Yeah, because just watch out for the genuine ones, folks. Now this looks like this aircraft is going. Is that possibly coming in here? Because he's sort of like hovering over the airfield, isn't he? He's coming in here, mate. He's coming in here. Yeah, he's hovering over the midsection of the airfield. Unless he's hovering, holding over the middle of the airfield, and then. No, he's crossing now. Probably on exercises, I'd imagine. Yeah. Yeah, of course, there are so many streamers around now, it's hard to keep up. And to be honest with you, we're so busy with what we do, we generally tend to just keep ourselves to ourselves. Hello, mate. You all right? We generally tend to keep ourselves to ourselves. But, of course, there are people out there who are, like I say, massively genuine. In a bit, yeah? I'll be around till 4 o'clock, mate. I have some stickers. There are the real genuine ones out there. And that's as soon as I met that guy from Mac Aviation. Is it Mac Aviation, Julie? Yeah. He just right away I could, and I went over there out of etiquette, you know, because there is a lot of etiquette and respect that you have to show to anybody doing anything, because I didn't want to be in his shot. I said, look, you know, we said that we're going to go live last night at 12 o'clock today, and just apologised for being in his shot, which I was, you know, very understanding of it, and we had a good chat, and he's a nice, genuine fella. I'll be honest with you, back in the day when you sort of like give people the opportunity, that's kind of what happened with the other ones up there, and one of the ones down here. I can't mention their name, but it's been through more name changes than Heinz have had logos.
just watch out for who you get involved with, is what I'm saying, you know, because it's all about their sort of like, you know, ultimate goal for some reason, I don't know, but jealousy, I don't know. I think bottom line is, mate, that, you know, at the end of the day, if you're genuine like that fella is, then you're going to be. Thought they were genuine as well, though, didn't we? That's the funny thing about it. Some very devious people out there. In all walks of life, let's be honest, in all walks of life there's some very devious characters out there. Maybe not really into it for the aviation, don't have the sort of like ingrained. I think my body's a bit like a stick of rock, you know, with if you cut it in half, you'd have aviation running all the way through it. A lot of claret everywhere, but it'd still say aviation all the way around it. Mint flavoured body. There you go. Sean Coggan is a new member. Welcome, Sean. Going to be joining us in Los Angeles as it stands at the moment. And Martin Stothard is a new member. Welcome, Martin. Good to see you here. Thank you for your support, folks, for everybody's support on the channel. We do what we say on the tin. Take you overseas. Interesting also to note the wow, that thing is hammering, man. Probably around about 120 knots, 130 knots, maybe a bit more, 140 knots maybe on the rotate on V1. Crazy. Was walking, dogging ships then, saying hello to people, very few returning her greeting. Yeah, we like genuine people. Clipper 707 joins today, looking forward to Los Angeles. Clipper 707, they were the days. Of course, that was around about the time, didn't they? They introduced the 720 as well, which was the shorter, stubbier variant, longer range, I think, than the 707. But an amazing thing when you saw a 707, which you thought was a big aeroplane, put that next to a 747, it looked absolutely tiny. Here comes the little Tarom 318, one of the last remaining A318 jets operational here at London Heathrow. Anyway, we saw quite a rare one the other day with Air France and their little 318. Looking forward to seeing Air France's A220 at some point in the future. Whether they're going to operate them into London Heathrow, I don't know, but it would be pretty cool if they did. DM Finpar, thank you. Straight out. Big tail. It's like flying on a private jet, this thing.
CFM56 engines. Is the Air France 320 today? I think so. Is that a 319? Is that a 319? Looks like it, with a single exit door over the wing. Ned. That's what it's all about, Ned. Yeah. I don't want to talk about the streets because they're each to their own, and what they do is, their own thing. There's nothing you can do about people sort of it's up to them. Well, but yeah, we love a little bit of humour, a little bit of banter here on the channel. But what is really cool is that we mix that with the feeling of being part of a great group of people from around the world, but also having so many. I'm very grateful, I have to say, for having so many knowledgeable technicians on the channel, like Rolls-Royce engineer, autopilot, etc., etc. You guys are. It's really important to me that we maintain that level of knowledge on the channel, because I love it. Until what, GP? Oh, that's funny, man. Yeah. That's like just throwing a load of bad seeds into a pot in it and see who let them all fight it out and see who grows first and quickest, and it just ends in disaster always, doesn't it? Clipper 707. Clipper was Pan Am's radio call sign. There we go, yeah. Clipper of the Skies, wasn't it? They called one of their 707s. Or no, that was the 747. Oh, that was it. Okay, so it was Clipper was Pan Am's call sign. Thank you, Clipper 707. Pan Am were the first to use radio communications, and thus the first call sign. Wow. Pan Am were the first to use radio communications. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Because you need to sort of like look back at nice smoky 767 coming out now. You need to look back at those old days of the old flying boats before the airports were really operational. I'm guessing back in those days the flying boats, you didn't have ATC, but at in the very early days of airports, because of course they had control towers during the war, didn't they? Good morning, this is O for Orange. O for Orange. A lot of the stuff back then was where you really did need a navigator, but you also need to rely quite heavily. They had their old sextant, didn't they, on some of the old aircraft back in the day. When you're flying to a specific airfield, I'm just thinking along the lines of with. Let's just see if we've got any Virgin pilots giving us a wave here. No. It's just very interesting how the evolution of air traffic control. Has there ever been a show highlighting that, the evolution of air traffic control? Because back in the old days, you know, like we were talking about earlier on with the Lancastrians and the those amazing aeroplanes that they used to operate out of London Heathrow and other airfields, there would have been an air traffic control system in place, but it's very, very sort of like, you know, archaic, you know. V for Victor, V for Victor. You're clear for takeoff. Thank you very much indeed, Heathrow. That's absolutely fine, V for Victor. But then who does he call? Oh, look! He did a little dance. Very famous little tug, that, folks, that you're seeing there. Come on, Elsa. Here we go. What's all the markings there, look? Blimey. It's a bit dirty there, isn't it? Static ports. You see the let's get a broomstick, Jilly. 350. Oh, that'd be a very short broomstick then. Broom handle. Fork handle. 80 knots. Continue. Yeah. Watch the elevators. There they go. Tiny amount of flex. Air Canada. Okay. Oh, very derated. Very derated. Yeah. This is Air India Star Alliance 787. Wind just flexing up. Insane. Of course, the problem that they're having with the paint, the wing paint, not so much the fuselage paint. They obviously some aircraft manufacturers having issues with the paint adhesion around certain masts and the SATCOM blister, which you can see at the top there of the aircraft. There's other blisters as well as the masts that you can see on the top of the aircraft. It's a 710, isn't it? Watch it drag the aircraft. It's gonna, during the rotation phase, if it's a 10, you'll have that forward actuator for keeping the front of the undercarriage planted on the ground during the rotate process to minimise the tail strike, or and also maximise short takeoff capability. Of course, if we do the thing with Emirates, folks, we're going to do we'll do the swing check during maintenance. All those kind of things we're looking at covering, as well as, oh blimey, flipping it. Attack of the Starlings. Autopilot 787-10. She is a long one for sure. She certainly is. Obviously, I think more or less the same length as the A350-1000, is it not? That's the. I think they're maxed out on the length that they can go with the 787. Yeah, the problem that they're having with the paint on the wing is because of the the temperature changes.
obviously massively freezing conditions, you know, up to minus 50 or outside temperature, maybe even more than that. Of course, the UV rays that are constantly hitting the aircraft, as you can appreciate, you know, once you're up above the above the streets and houses, once you're up above the cloud base, you have constant sun rays on the entire aircraft, and of course, that's a 787-10 there, isn't it? Isn't that a 10? We'll soon be able to see, if we can see the front, the main undercarriage. Not able to see it just yet, but I think that's a 10, isn't it? This is a long one. Oh, here we go. Listen to this. Can you hear the hum? Wow, Clipper 707, great knowledge there. Arnold Palmer held the world speed record for circumnavigating the Earth, but that was then bettered by Pan Am 747 SP. Ooh, someone's fired up the potatoes. You're gonna get it? Yes, that is a difficult one because the old classic 747 liveries back in the day, TWA was beautiful, wasn't it? Still quite oil burny, aren't they? That's Rolls-Royce engineers around, but okay, 787-10, let's have a look for that strut. See if we can see it. Quite difficult to... This is a 10, isn't it? I think it's a 10. Yeah, there it is. There it is, you can see it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big old long thing, isn't it? They need that actuator on there because that's such a long aeroplane with such a minimal ground clearance to it. Interesting that they oh, hello, 380. Nice. Can hear it? Can you hear it? Tell me you can hear it. Ooh. The old Braniff liveries, Roy Van Can, yes. They were fantastic, weren't they? Back in the day when
jets were really filthy. Tim Smart has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Very kind of you, Tim. If you've been gifted a membership, folks, please take a little bit of time out to say thank you to your giftee. You will be joining us in Los Angeles next week. It is next week, isn't it? Yeah, next week. Simon Dinsmore, that's a 777-236. Yes, a number of different types and variants of the 200 engine derating or whatever it would be used for. Some of the long range aircraft. I think these were LRs, aren't they? The original 777s, but the first of the 200s were actually General Electric powered before Rolls-Royce won the contract to power a big load of their 777s. Autopilot. Squirrels. Eve Hosgood humming like an electric car. Okay. Is that a joke? In other words, you can't hear it. Oh, Trish, she can hear it. Paul saying the main undercarriage on the 787-10 tilts further back than the 8 and the 9. Interesting. Okay, so it's got more of a rake to it, has it? So it tilts back a little bit further. Oh, okay. All right, we'll have to have a look at that. Difficult one unless you're looking at it side on, literally. EGPX, why Yankee Mike series were the first to have the Rolls-Royce engines. They started to come online in 2000. Hence the wedge. Interesting. Another Trent powered 777 coming out. Might hear this one humming away as it passes our position here. Oh my good God, who's this? Nick Gray has gifted 20 Big Jet TV membership. Nick, that's a very kind gesture, my friend. Thank you so much. It's 20 more people going to be joining us in the United States of America. This is the United States calling. Are we reaching? Seems to be a man answering. Will you accept car charge? Okay, whatever, something like that anyway. So I'm wondering whether, because all of is it the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 that powers the 777-300s on American jets as well as the GE90? Perhaps someone can confirm that with me. I think all of their 200s are Rolls-Royce Trent 8s, or Are they still? They still. Yeah, I think it was a PW4000 engine that powered the 200. Sorry, the one that lost its fan blades or had an internal detonation, as it's commonly known. Oh, Nick Gray, loving the content and the fellowship. That's what we like to hear. Doesn't it? Or worse? Better. Okay. Roy Van Can, unfortunately, it is not possible to gift a membership to a specific subscriber. It is a random. It's random what the folks at YouTube have implemented there. Yes, it is very military style, isn't it? The paint finish on the American jets. It's like Solomon. Anti-flash or anti-glare paint underneath the cockpit there. British Airways on lease, that jet from Titan, I think it is. Okay, Trent powered 777. Here we go. Leon is a new member. Welcome, Leon. Nick Woodward has gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. Wow. Welcome to you, my friend. Jas is a new member. Jas, good day to you. She's screaming. Yeah! Freddie rolling up next. Yeah, but you can also see from the bleeding length of the thing, can't you? And now, ladies and gentlemen. She's going straight out. This is a turn and burn merchant. Is this east or westbound? She's San Francisco bound. Big jet. Cool. Curry's on the menu tonight then at the Renaissance. WestJet lined up to go out. Looks like this Delta 764. Squidell has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Thank you, Squidell. Paul S saying thank you to the sub for the sub. DM Finpar, not the Queen, but it's the next best thing. Gotta be honest with you, yeah, it's a beautiful piece of engineering. It's a big old lump in it, man. It's hammering down. Get those tyres full of nitrogen. Big puff of brake dust. Twinkling rear bum lights on the Dreamliner. Another distinguishing ident for the Dreamliner. Of course, the 737 Max also has those the very sort of like 787-esque back end on it, a miniature version of it. But of course, if you're looking at the 787 versus the 777 from behind, you can immediately identify from a distance the 787 with the twinkling, the blinking strobes either side of the APU on the tail. Yeah, nitrous oxide would be funny, wouldn't it? Nice. Yeah, okay, folks, we're going to catch the Emirates. And we're going to... Sam Geisman, thank you for the show. Thank you, Sam, and we will see you next time. Nick Neufeld, WestJet, is that fairly new? No, Nick, it's not new by any stretch of the imagination. Although I have to say, for people new to Big Jet TV or maybe haven't watched many of the London streams,
WestJet have been operating out of Heathrow for a good couple of years now. Certainly since COVID, wasn't it? Even before COVID, when WestJet operational at London Heathrow with their 787. 767 used to be operational with WestJet, I seem to remember. Definitely down at Gatwick. I think when they introduced their 787, that's when they brought it to London Heathrow. Maybe wrong on that one. Let me know if I am. Nice short takeoff. X320, probably. Yeah, that 767 is coming out. Awesome. Oh, it's the one with the big smudge on his nose, look. Someone give it a wash, will ya? He's been playing out in the garden again, down by... Grazes on his knees and... You right over there, fella? Seems to be sitting there for about half an hour. That SS-38 must be the best plane to fly on for nervous flyers. It's so smooth on takeoff and landing, you hardly feel a thing. Matt, very true. Beautiful aeroplane to fly on. It does feel huge, especially if you're sort of over the midsection. TCC, you're right about WestJet. Oh, right about something. TCC, thank you. Rick Neufeld, don't see many planes I've been watching for many years. Rick, yeah, there you are. You're a fourth striper. My apologies. I should know better. My sincere apologies. But yes, WestJet have been operating out of London Heathrow for some time now. But we get it a lot. We get a lot of people who've maybe missed it. You know, just by coincidence, just missed seeing the WestJet. And all those years, yeah. I mean, we used to catch them going into Gatwick on the 767s, didn't we? But then they, oh blimey, this guy's in a bit of a hurry, isn't he? Or she? Look at that. Slow it down, son. Oh, look at this, Jay. We're going to get it. Watch this. Another, we watch this, folks. You ready? Hopefully it's not going to be. Hopefully, come on, son. Hurry up. Turn right. There we go, in the background. Now. Yeah. Smudges all over the place, look. Randy Bushbound, 5 o'clock shadow. It's got it on this side as well. Must be a very out there in Atlanta. Must be a very blimey, how many buses? Must be a O'Reilly. It's been waiting. Gonna get Maxim.
Nice departure. Oh, big burly triple ready to go. Derated. Reach for the skies. Make a left turn glide in it. Should get that beautiful 777 wing flex when you see her side on in the turn. Should be turning left momentarily. There's your instructions. Nice. Peter Henry, have you ever seen the plane having a wash? Yes, a number of times, to be honest. These days, a number of different methods are used for washing planes. Some have those big, long, sort of like extension cleaners, hand-operated. Difficult to... There is no sort of like drive-through plane wash, so to speak. Not yet, anyway. Bit like the old trains, remember the old... Well, they still do them nowadays, I think. They have giant sheds that they drive the trains through. And wash them. Can't obviously do that with an aeroplane for obvious reasons. But just why it takes quite some time. Why they don't get washed that often. Is a nice clean triple-ish. See, what I say is the smile is those pitot tube. Another angle of attack sensor. I think there's 2 pitot tubes there, pilot pitot tubes. Of course, the looks like a smile. Looks like he's got a little smile on his face. can't unsee it once you see it. Static ports are a little bit further back. Mind you, I don't know if the 777, maybe it's below that paint line, I don't know. I think the static ports are a bit further back than the angle of attack sensors. There they are there. So, the static ports which read the air pressure, which is why the is it QNH? Is it the QNH number? I'm trying to remember which is the number that the control tower calls out to give the barometer, the pressure reading, Screaming emu. Heavy snow, then I cracked my blinds and it was just raining. Okay. Stephen Morale. Flush water through engines clean. They have to, again, obviously the engines can easily ingest tons of water at any specific, at least a ton of water a second. Certainly ingests a ton of air a second, but is capable of ingesting huge amounts of water, especially when flying through rain clouds or precip or anything like that. Mary Hawes mentioning the lockdown show where Scott Bateman interviewed me. Didn't get a word in edgeways. He basically he rang me up and I put the throttle forward and that was it. Millibars, Nick Gray, thank you. I have never flown United into UK yet. Yvonne Lee saying, looking forward to it. It's an early morning flight, so we can actually get there same day in the evening, which will be DM Fimpar, yes. Always an interesting size comparison, but what is interesting is look at the size of the 7. That's a big aeroplane, that 767, and look at it lined up against the 380. Even that looks small, man. QNH gives the altimeter pressure setting to show the altitude above mean sea level. That's exactly what I was getting at, is the QNH reading could be 190 or whatever. They just basically it basically means that the QNH reading is something that the pilots input when they're given it by the ground, the controller here on the ground, so that they can match it for altitude setting with their instruments. Otherwise, they may think they're at 1,000 feet when they're only at 900 feet, for example, or whatever it might be. God bless you, blimey, rally, do that below. Avro Arrow, was that the show that featured your pet B? Oh my gosh, yes. No, it wasn't that night, man. Oh, that was funny, man. That was funny. Oh, that's nice. The Delta 764 is going to go out for Emirates. What's 15 minutes? Blimey. No. When you originally said it, it hadn't come into view at that point. Yeah, I'd say he's been sitting there for about 5 minutes, something like that. But it certainly seems like there's a few jump in the queue here. Larry! It should be good. 767-400, no doubt heading to Atlanta, I'd imagine. Old smudger. So yeah, now we've got we've also got an intercept as well lining up. Oh, is he going out in front of the oh, come on! Yeah, they are. Nick Gray, 764 should make a racket, hopefully. Yvonne Lee. Oh, it was her first time chatting, I think, that day. Maybe, I don't know. Blimey. Oh dear. Quite careful of that, haven't you? Because that smudging is all around the pitot heads. Those sensors are very sensitive to sort of things like ice or any build up inside them. You wouldn't want a load of soot in there, would you? Affecting the because it's very has to be. Oh, hello. Here we go. Here we go. EK. Let's get it on. Straight out. No holding for this one. How derated is this? The bus. Yeah. Bleeding out. Oh. was D-rated, wasn't it? Right then, folks, here we go. One more for the road. G'd up. And a bus. What about a bus? One more bus for the road and all. Fair share is about 380s today, that's for sure. Booming set of GEs. Right, folks, like I mentioned earlier today, we will have an update on the US show in Los Angeles this coming week. Again, like I said, there is talk that there will be high winds next weekend, but we're monitoring that, and if we have to move Los Angeles, we'll move it, just because we don't want to miss out on a storm show. Even though at this point in time there is no, it hasn't been designated as a name at this point in time. But we'll let you know that, obviously. Stay tuned. We will be back, of course, on Wednesday for a show. Thank you to everybody who's been tuned in, and for the likes, and for you, the members. Thank you so much, folks. We really appreciate it. Thank you for the lovely gesture of the coffees from a lovely family who came in, just came in and went off somewhere. Thank you to you guys. Thanks to Rob, who's currently working on the dark pyrotechnics. No, he's not. But anyway, it's just the best South African way of saying something. But listen, we will be back on Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, whatever you're doing. And thanks you to Jenny Trish as well, and everybody else who helps out. And thank you. What's more important is to you folks. Thank you for all your great technical input as well. I love all that information. Bottle it up and throw it out at me next time we're live, folks, because that's what I really enjoy, as well as obviously talking to all you great people out there. Look after yourselves. We'll see you on Wednesday. Take it easy. See you. Bye-bye. Oh, okay. Are we going to wait for the BA 380, folks? Do you fancy a bit of? Should we grab a little bit of this before we go? We can't. Hello. Where are you going then? Going to Los Angeles. Where are you going? I'll go to Glasgow. Bye. See ya. Glasgow. Kathy Williams. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, Julie. That's why I was a little bit confused. So I was a bit confused, to be honest with you. Otherwise, what was the point in the whole exercise? Nick Gray, post sign-off, 380. Box. Peter would love these extra bits, always stay to the end. Well, yeah, there's Peter, along with all of our members who know
quite rightly so, that it's not over until the screen goes black, literally. Margaret Burnett, Valerie Dickens, Gay Pinnock, Ned Segan, Dave Beeler, Kathy and the Birds. Thank you, everybody. Been a great show. Love your company, man. I've got to say, I do love your company. It's all about you, folks. Jack Russell with those IAEs. Yeah, folks, I am planning on working on flight sim. I've just got to figure out how to take the handbrake off. Anybody can tell me, be much appreciated. Downloaded every single thing you could possibly imagine, but there's nothing there for turning the handbrake off. Well, you would have thought it would be B, but it wasn't, was it? Fired up the engine and nothing happened. Malfunctioning brake. Maybe it was a malfunctioning brake, needed rebooting. But it wasn't, was it? Because it was working on the trial. On the trial. Yeah. Watch the elevators. Watch the elevators. There they go. It's interesting. It's almost like high flow vis paint, isn't it? On the back of the. So Air Mauritius is A339, definitely coming out for departure. Interesting that she's taking this route around. Ooh, big favourite amongst a lot of people, the Royal Jordanian. Vic and Bob. What you gotta do? What you gotta do? Hey. Paul Grice, Big Jet TV on the Sunday. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody who's also gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Very generous of you. Thank you to all our supporting members who continuously support us. Some retro members, quite a lot of retro members as it happens. Vintage members. They've matured over the years, like a fine bottle of wine. But yes, of course, and to our brand new members. Right up to present day, today, for example. Lovely to see you. Thank you to everybody who supports us here on Big Jet TV. Keep watching, folks. We've kind of made our decision on the whole. We kind of did a trial period for the shorts, and it transpires that the shorts are, although they're good, they're only good for one specific application and not for doing the full widescreen purist kind of videos that we like to do.
should see the tail skid go up with the gear as well. That tail skid, you should see the skid go up. Does that not go up as well? Is that going up? Yeah, that's gone up as well. Quite late, isn't it? With the whole retraction. Beautiful airplane. Deborah Speller on an old Trident. Now you can see that winglet. Very unique on the 339. The blade. Almost shaped like a fan blade in a funny sort of way, isn't it? James Cridland, 3 a.m. Monday. That must be James is in the east somewhere. I'm betting he's got to be all the way down in Aussie or Australia or New Zealand, one of the two, isn't he? 3 a.m. in the morning. Mind you, 4, 30, 5, 36, 37, 38, 39, 32. Yes, only 10:30 in Dubai, so we're out there in the Arab Emirate, in the Arab area, the Arabian. Is it 8:30? Is it okay? The Arabian Peninsula. Is that the right way to describe it? Screaming me, 737 is actually almost identical in startup procedure to the CRJ2. Hello? What's that firing up? Is that Virgin firing up their number 2? I can't imagine it would be. Blimmin' heck. Bus after bus after bus, innit? Now that's a 339. And they've got a sort of like Eliza Doolittle. A normal sort of like, you know, understandable working nose art there, haven't they? I mean, it looks like the character, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Eliza Doolittle was I don't know. Jutty making a very understandable point there. The shorts kind of are, well, for me as an editor, you know, I'm not an editor by trade or anything like that. I do put myself down. I'm quite proud of some of the edits that I've pulled off, and I just feel that shorts are just sort of like I think YouTube have sort of like, you know, fallen foul of the pressure from the likes of TikTok or whatever it might be with those flick through things. It's kind of like on the, and not only that, but I've noticed on the shorts it's very repetitive, and you get some garbage on there as well. You know, I was quite emotionally affected by one of the videos that came up, I'll be honest with you. Reported it because it was of a lion basically attacking a dog, or a tiger attacking a dog. It really did affect me until still to this day, even though I saw it like a month ago. Still to this day, it's just very, you know, and YouTube should know better than that. They're not a Mickey Mouse organisation. They should So anyway, we will put shorts up as and when we might do, but to be honest with you, we're going to stick to what we know best, and that is delivering high quality content, both live and at times maybe just a little bit of video out there. We're not going to spam the channel, don't you worry about it. You're not going to get message after message, maximum 2 a week, plus our live stuff as well. D-rated, man. BA have been known to give it full beans on these 350 departures with the XWBs. See what they do here. Feel the thing trundling towards us. It's just pretty loud. There. Nice. Trent 7000s. Wow. Get up there. Get up. Get on up. Nice. Airbus 10-minute run, isn't it? A350, A339, A350, A339. When you're ready. Korean trim 7. Yeah, love that puff of brake dust, man. And of course, you've got to appreciate that the auto systems braking those wheels will create a little bit of imbalance because all of a sudden, bosh, the brakes are on. Oh, here we go. This is quite decent. This is decent. Yeah, that was decent. Start the show with a double 380, finish the show with a 380. How about that, folks? Hit that like button on the way out. And we will see you on Wednesday. Don't know where, don't know when. We will see you this coming Wednesday from an undisclosed location. Take care, folks. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Be safe, be sound, be happy, and be responsible. Look after the animals as well. See you later. Bye-bye.